just get a few things in order, and then we'll begin. Like I said, I'm just going to start talking about whatever I want to talk about. Today, I've been pretty passionate about this subject lately. Talking about fatphobia and why it's really not a thing. Oh, it's a thing, but it's not. It's not. You know what? It's not a bad thing, like it says. No, that doesn't mean you should be hating people, but I'll explain. Invite a few more people and then we'll start. Alright, so we got some stuff to react to. Should I pull it up? No, we wait a few more minutes. Let some people pile in. So basically, fatphobia. It's a term that kind of goes around a bit lately, and given that I am a recovering fat kid, I thought I would react to this. I thought it would be really funny, because I find the entire concept of fatphobia to be completely and utterly ridiculous. There's nothing wrong with not wanting to be fat. Of course, any person with a brain thinks this, you know? And I'm not saying that it's okay to hate someone because they are fat, but at the end of the day, if this makes any sense, but being fatphobic is probably like the most justified bigotry you can have. And I'm not saying be a bigot, but if that is like to them, to the people that think this, they see it as bigotry, right? So, hello. So, they see it as bigotry, right? To hate, to want to not, to not want to be a slave to your vices and want to take control of your own life and make your life better. They hate that. They hate that concept. I think it's just because it makes them feel bad because they themselves don't have the commitment to do this, to actually see a weight loss plan through to any kind of measurable means. And when they do it for like a couple of weeks or a couple of months, lose some weight, and then gain it all back because they just give up because they just don't see the results that they're wanting right away. And to them, it's just impossible. You can't do it. It can't be done. I think one of the video that we're reacting to right now talks about how health is like a social construct, and it doesn't make sense. It's really dumb. It's like, yeah, health is a social construct. No, it's not. Sure, the concepts by which we describe it, sure, but there are things that we can measure that prove whether or not being fat is a good or bad thing. When you jump on a horse's back and its spinal cord snaps in half, you are in fact too heavy. It's like I don't get why this is a bad thing. But before we get too deep into the video that we were going to react to, the bulk of the video, it was just a couple of TikToks here. I know, like a normal person, a normal civilized human being, I should have just ignored TikTok and just pretended it wasn't a thing. But as you can see, I am not that intelligent. And I decided to look up fatphobia on TikTok and just kind of poke around a little bit, and here's some stuff I found. So we're gonna play this one. This is called thin privilege. Let's break her down.
This is your friendly reminder that thin privilege is real, and I know because I have it. Let's break it down. I've never been marginalized because of my size. Never been told that my BMI is too high for a...
Okay, so this whole thing where I've never been marginalized because of my size, because you're thin. Being thinner, right? Not like emaciated, where you're basically a corpse. I mean thinner, where you're a thinner person. That's not a bad thing. That's not bad. Like, being too skinny, like, it is possible to do that. Where you look like, what's her name from Stranger Things? The older sister character. I don't know. I don't watch Stranger Things. Like, that it is possible to be too skinny. And by the way, that's another thing, too. Like, I feel like you can be marginalized because you are too thin. Right? That's a thing that happens where you're malnutritious or whatever. Or you have an eating disorder. That is a thing. People do, like, marginalize you forever. What does that even mean? Marginalized because of my size? In what way? What way were you marginalized because of your fatness? Or what way have you noticed it, since this is the thin person talking with thin privilege? In what way have you seen it happen? Is it when, like, a person who is entirely too fat walks into a room and tries to do something that the thing in question can't handle her mass? Because that's not marginalization, that's just called reality. And if you have, you've got a problem with that, you gotta take it up with God. So let's keep going.
For a procedure. I've never had anybody look at me funny when I sit next to them on an airplane or any...
Listen, people can look at you funny for a number of reasons. It doesn't necessarily have to be just because you're fat. I don't know, do you do that? When like a fat person sits down to you, like next to you, do you just look at them just like... No, like, I mean, okay, maybe it happens, but you have to be a special kind of fat. Like an entirely too fat, you are unhealthy, you're going to die at 52 fat. That's the only way I look at you that way, right? That's ridiculous. That is 100% ridiculous to think that most people that are kind of huskier, a little heavy, you know, to think that most people just kind of just stare the moment he comes and sits down. It's like, no, you have to be a special kind of fat to get that kind of reaction from someone.
I sit next to them on an airplane or any other public transportation. I've always been able to come...
Dude, I don't know what to tell you. That's just what happens. Like when Brian Shaw gets on an airplane, he has to buy 2 seats. Keep in mind, Brian Shaw is only 13% body fat. All the rest of it's muscle, and he's huge. When you're a bigger guy and you weigh more, mass and weight are real, tangible things that we can touch and feel and see. These are not things that we made up. These are not constructs that we created just to oppress bigger people. Right? Like, if you are too heavy for something, the thing is going to give out beneath your girth. This is not fake. This is not something that we humans made up. It is something that we're looking at. And effective gravity is weight. Being fat makes you weight more.
Comfortably sit at seats at restaurants or in theaters. Every time I walk into a clothing store, I assume they have my size. I've never gone to a doctor.
First off, most clothing stores are going to have clothing that goes up to what, 3XL at minimum? Most clothing stores have this. Maybe it's different for women, but for men, most clothing stores have like 1XL, 2XL, 3XL, even up to 4XL, right? 4XL is huge, by the way, but it just depends on what you're looking at. Maybe the particular style of shirt that you're wearing is just not good for your body. I don't know. I don't know. This is woman problems. I'm not gonna get.
And had them blame everything on the size of my body.
I'm gonna listen to that again.
Everything.
No, a little farther.
And had them blame everything.
No. Okay, I'm gonna have to go way far.
Every time I walk into a clothing store, I assume they have my size. I've never gone to a doctor and had them blame everything on the size of my body.
Really? Did we not just... You have to pretend that people who, like, don't eat enough and are just bones exist. You're gonna have to pretend that those people don't exist. That's what you're gonna have to do. Okay? Because that is a lie. I do not believe for a second that a skinny person who is too skinny has ever walked into a hospital and, like... just case in point, I think my brother at one point in time did, because he was really skinny and they were concerned. There's some people that are just too skinny. It happens. You can get marginalized for being thin, sure. I don't understand. You're gonna have to act like those people don't exist. You would have to actually be dishonest in order to pretend that this is a thing. You're gonna have to pretend like these people do not in fact exist, that are too skinny, and get told by the doctor, listen, if you don't start eating, you're gonna die. You're gonna starve to death. Okay? You do not have the nutrients inside your body to sustain your body. Right? And I'm sorry, it is factual that being enormously overweight isn't beneficial for you most of the times. When it comes to things like walking up steps, and this is, again, I was at 299 pounds, right? I was almost at 300 pounds. That's when I decided to change my life, and I was like, no, I'm not doing this anymore. We're not being a fat kid, right? Here, I'll even show a picture, right? This is me. This is what we're gonna be reacting to later. This is me a year ago. Exactly 1 year ago. Look at the double chin, right? You can see I ain't got that anymore. I got a neck now. Lost 86 pounds since this picture. Look at this. It was hard for me to walk up steps. It was hard for me to walk long distances, right? I would get out of breath easy. I couldn't run very far. I couldn't do much physically. I was always tired. Like, we can actually, these are things that we can actually prove beyond a shadow of a doubt are in fact side effects of being fat, of being too big, right? Do you think Nikocado Avocado jogs? Do you really think he does? What's his workout routine, do you reckon? Do you think he does a lot of solid workouts? I don't think so. No, he looks like he gets out of breath going up the stairs. Looks like he requires one of those little scooter things to drive him around the store because he cannot physically walk. That's what it looks like to me. And we know for a fact that people who die, we know for a fact that people have shorter lifespans when they're ginormously, like, hugely overweight, 300, 400, 500 pounds. We know for a fact that those people do not live as long as people who keep a relatively lean physique. Not too skinny, not too fat. We also know they have less lung problems and all kinds of other stuff. Right? Like people who are so fat that their fat is like collapsing in on their stomach and they can't, well, like their stomach, but their lungs, and they can't breathe. Those people exist. So yes, there are genuine medical problems that come along with being a big fat person. A huge fat person, okay? There's genuine medical problems that come along. This is coming from someone who reached almost 300 pounds. I can definitely tell you that I am way different, okay? Physically, I can run, I can move, I can run upstairs and not get exhausted. Dropped 86 pounds, right? And anyone can do this, by the way. You guys can do this. So don't let these people think that you can't do this, right? So doctors blame something on the size of my body. I've never had, just because it hasn't happened to you doesn't mean it doesn't happen to people who are too thin. Do they have like extra thin privilege? I don't understand. What are the rules?
No one has ever said to me, you shouldn't eat that. More often I hear,
I don't believe you. I don't believe you. Surely God, someone has one time looked at you, a thin person, and said you should eat that. Right? I've looked at my thin brother, watched him stuff his face full of pizza and go, you should eat that, bro. That's bad for you. And he's thin. Like a bone. Right? Or at least he was for like most of our life. But I tell him, yeah, you don't need to be eating this much food. It's because I'm concerned about his health. Because I know that a lot of the stuff has got like things that are just not good for your body.
often I hear,
if I didn't care about him, I would say nothing. Right? If I did not give one care for him, I would just let him ruin his life. Just let him put whatever inside of his body. But I care about him. And I'm just going to suggest and be like, hey man, maybe slow down. Maybe try to eat a healthy alternative.
wish I could eat that. I felt like I didn't get a job because of how I looked or the size of...
Okay, this is just discipline. I wish I could eat that. This is just discipline. Tell yourself no once in a while. Prove that your vices don't own you. That's like part of being an adult. Sorry. I mean, like, it sucks, but like that's just how things are. Sometimes you just gotta tell yourself, no, we can't have that. No, we can't do this. Today we're not going to yada, 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 yada. No, today you don't own me. We're going to make a healthier decision because I'm sorry, your body doesn't always know what's better for you. You don't always know what's better for you. And that's the truth of it, right? Sometimes you gotta tell yourself no. Sometimes you gotta force yourself to back off from the Oreo cookies and stuff like that. My weakness was Sour Patch Kids and Doritos. I ain't had a Sour Patch Kid in forever, and a Dorito in even longer.
My body. Never had anybody make fun of me for moving my body in ways that feel good. And intersectionality
Wait, can I hear that again?
here is key. The roots of fatphobia, like I didn't get a job because of how I looked or the size of my body. Never had anybody make fun of me for moving my body in ways that feel good. And
Or had anyone make fun of me for moving my body in ways that feel good? Okay, I think I understand what she's saying. Is she trying to say, right? Is she trying to say that I've never been moving around, right? Just kind of jiggling, having everything moving around, and I had someone make fun of me just because I was feeling good about myself. Is that what she's trying to say? Is that what she's trying to say? Because like, if then, fine, yeah, made fun of my fair share of fat people.
Intersectionality here is key. The roots of fatphobia are inherently racist. So.
Oh, we're gonna get to this one. This is my favorite one. This is my favorite argument that they make. It's so good. It is the best argument in the world that fat phobia, not liking the prospect of being a gigantic ginormo, is somehow racist. And by the way, in case you've never heard this argument before, the argument is specifically anti-black racism. Is it's specifically rooted in anti-black racism. It's like, no, it's not. You made that up. You honestly think like that somehow? First off, you would have to be implying that black people are inherently chunkier than white people. You sure you want to go there, being a progressive and all? I don't think you want to go there. That doesn't sound comfortable.
So this work isn't just about you or me. It's a movement. Repeat that. More often I hear,
no, it's not. The whole problem is that you're not moving. I'm not ashamed of that one at all. Not ashamed of that one at all. The whole problem is that you're not moving.
I wish I could eat that. I felt like I didn't get a job because of how I looked or the size of.
First off, you can be too thin and not get a job, right? If you ain't got enough muscle on you and you go to be a firefighter and you're like this little bone that can't pick up anybody, I'm pretty sure that your size probably contributed to that, right? Right?
Of my body. Never had anybody make fun of me for moving my body in ways that feel good. And intersectionality here is key. The roots of fatphobia are inherently.
Oh boy! Oh boy! Intersectionality! Intersectionality is key!
Racist. So, this work isn't just
about. It's not racist. There have been different stigmas around being fat for a long time before white people and black people ever, like, acknowledge each other's existence. Or at least in the modern sense that we understand their relationship to be. It's so dumb. It's racist. I'll elaborate more on this. I'll elaborate more on this point later. Let's just
about you or me. It's a movement around dismantling diet culture and racism so we can all experience true freedom.
Did you see that? She's so disingenuous that she put being racist, as being part of dieting, right? She put them in the same category. If you're like advocating for dieting, controlling your urges and actually like making sure that you're actually a well-oiled machine, a disciplined human being who doesn't look at a cupcake and go, you know what, I'm not going to eat that. Part of me wants to, but I'm not going to. Right? She said that's the same thing as like, that's on the same tier as like being racist. That's insane.
So thank you for being here, and don't just follow people who look like me. Comment with your favorite fat BIPOC creators. This is your friendly reminder that
I don't have any. This is another one. This one's great. Let me just do something real quick. And I will get right back to you guys. Alright. Alright.
Here's your reminder that fatphobia is rooted in racism.
This is the explanation for this myth that fatphobia is rooted in racism.
As always, if you
this is where it's kind of started, is with this lady. Well, with a book that she read, but I think she's like one of the first proprietors of this myth.
haven't read this book,
black body. Keep in mind, look at this. I want you to look at this image. We'll go back to it. Was it 5 seconds in? We'll go back and we'll look at this.
Go do that. The main thing
I'm going to read it. I'm going to completely dismantle it because it's a myth.
to understand is that for the last 300-ish years, white folks have been marketing fatness as a black trait.
300-ish years. All the last 300-ish years. Yeah, for the last 300-ish years, which means from now to 300 years back, we've been marketing being fat as something that is blatantly black. That is a blatantly black trait to be fat, right? I'm not saying at some point in time, maybe just a little bit, someone somewhere, some white guy somewhere attributed fatness to black people because he saw like a chunky black person one time and went, my lord, thank God all the white people around me are skinny. What a fat loser. You know, maybe that happened like one time, but are we gonna honestly act like that fat phobia only started existing about 300-ish years ago? There was definitely no social stigma about overindulging food and becoming ginormous. That wasn't a thing until white people started enslaving black people. Is that what we're gonna start acting like? That's ridiculous, right? It's really dumb. So, the last 300-ish years, that includes all of the history of, like, sports, right? Most people, racists or whatever, that like to stereotype people, I thought the stereotype was that black people were fit, right? Usain Bolt, Michael Jordan, right? I thought that was the stereotype. Let me ask you a question. Since, like, you know, lots of black people are descendants of tribal people and stuff like that, how do you reckon tribalists, people that are part of tribes from the African areas, even to an extent everywhere else, right? Aborigines, the Comanche, the Cheyenne, the Sioux, the Lakota Sioux, the Hunkpapa, the Pima, the Apache, whatever oldish kind of tribes going on. How do you think they got their food? Do you think they sat in a hunting blind with a rifle and just shot a deer? Or do you reckon that they might have chased it down barefoot and then shot it with a bow and arrow? Or stabbed it with a lance? Now, having said that, do you really think that those people that did those things are going to be typically fat? Right? Are those people going to be fat? That run after animals after they've killed them? That run animals down and kill them? Those people are going to be fat. No. No, they're not. Not to mention, can we just, even if an aspect of this is true, just because a couple of racists decided that, oh, whites can't possibly get fat, only black people can get fat, just because a couple of bigots came up with this, does not all of a sudden mean that being a 500-pound whale, which I'm not saying that you aren't, I don't know how much you weigh, I'm not going to ask because it's rude to ask a woman how much she weighs, right? Does that suddenly mean it's okay to be ginormous just because a couple of racists 300-ish years ago said only black people are fat? Like, if Adolf Hitler walked into my room right now, you can go ahead and question how Adolf Hitler got there, you know, in this hypothetical scenario. We'll just change it. We'll just say Adolf Hitler got on TV, made a speech, and said, I think pedophilia is a bad thing. Children are not old enough to consent to sex. Would he be wrong? Would pedophilia suddenly become a good thing because Hitler's a genocidal maniac? Because Hitler was crazy? And it was evil? Would that suddenly change? Or would pedophilia still be wrong? The answer is really simple. Both of these things can exist. Hitler can still be evil, and pedophilia can still be wrong. There could have been racists that thought that only black people who got fat, and being fat can still be wrong. And that's not to judge anyone who's a little chunky. Again, I'm still a little chunky. a little chunk going on. But at the same time, it's like, no, that's not how that works. You don't get to justify your vices and your giving into your vices and your bad lifestyle by hiding behind the shield of racism. By trying to imply that, oh, my lifestyle's okay, and if you don't think so, you're racist. You don't get to use the plight of another culture, the trials and tribulations of a different race, and then say, that justifies my existence now. I can be as fat as I want to be. Which, by the way, it's still racist to imply that black people are, like, whatever. Let's just...
And this is regardless of whether or not black people individually were actually fat. That was irrelevant. The message they spread was that black women specifically were ravenous and uncontrollable, and these barbaric traits made them fat. On the flip side...
See, I don't know how true any of this is. This sounds ridiculous. And even if, again, even if this is all true, it doesn't suddenly make being hugely overweight, 100+ pounds overweight, it doesn't make that okay. And this is coming from someone that was nearly 100 pounds overweight. It was not okay. It didn't make me a bad person. It didn't make me immoral to be fat. It just meant that I was unhealthy and that I could be doing better. Chunk. Thank you. Yes. Big old chunky boy. Even if this is true, it does not mean being fat is suddenly okay.
Thinness was marketed as a white trait. Again,
like I said, doesn't this sound a little ridiculous? That's why I want to read this book to see where, like, this information is even coming from. Or if these people, if this book is legitimate and these people are taking it out of context so they can continue living their lifestyle, right? That's what I want to see. Is the book legitimate, and are these people just using it as a shield so they can continue to eat Papa John's pizza boxes by themselves all night? Is that what's being said here? I can give into my vices. I can eat that cupcake. I don't have to diet. I don't have to get up and exercise. I don't have to actually be like a helpful citizen to my community or anything like that. Not saying that you can't be if you're fat, but you know what I mean. Not saying that like I could prolong my lifestyle by doing a little bit of exercise, by doing some treadmilling, by doing some walking, do a little bit of weight training, right? Are they saying that because of this book, I can now do whatever I want? I can sit down and waste my life away and make unhealthy decisions. You know, I read a book one time that said it was racist to think it was wrong to smoke crack. I'm just going to start doing crack rocks now. I read a book one time that says if you didn't like smoking meth, you're a racist. And if you criticize people for doing it, oh, people who aren't meth addicts, that's a purely white trait. It's like, no. Still wrong.
Again, regardless of whether or not individual white people were actually thin, that was irrelevant. The idea was that white women specifically were refined and restrained, and this led them to having delicate, thin bodies. Over the years, these...
So what? There was a lot of thin people back then. Food wasn't exactly just being handed around, especially, like, depending on where you were in the United States.
Messages have become more subtle, but even today, they are still very prevalent in conversations around race, health, capitalism, and poverty.
There you go. There you go. If you need any more confirmation about the political bias of the people that say things like this, look at that. Look at that right there. Conversations about race, health, capitalism, and poverty. But don't bother explaining why being fat is factually just as healthy as being skinny, and there's really no difference between the two body types. Don't bother explaining that. Just accuse everyone of racism. Being a capitalistic bigot. Poverty? What does poverty have to do with it? You gotta be living pretty well if you're able to stuff your face full of cookies on a daily basis.
Here's your reminder that
I do plan on reading this book.
Fatphobia is rooted in what I understand is that for the last 300-ish years,
let me find, was it 5 seconds?
The main thing, haven't read this book.
Alright, now if you look at this woman right here, y'all can see her pretty good. This woman has a like this I've read some of it already, the book. There's an audiobook of it on here on YouTube. This woman is not that fat. Maybe there were people, white people, that were racist towards this woman and thought being fat was a black trait. However, this woman is not that big. She is like 190 pounds at most. Do not compare this to this. They're not the same thing. Okay? This woman is not that unhealthy. A little chunky, she ain't that unhealthy. Do not compare your condition to this woman just because you want to continue living your crappy lifestyle. There I am, fat. Take a good old look at him. And we're gonna go over here and we're gonna watch this video that I saw. Called, let me just, there you go. Health is a social construct. The very concept of being healthy is a social construct. It's like an hour-long podcast. Don't know if I'm gonna watch all of it.
You're listening to the Fizz Fanny Podcast, episode 129. Health is a social construct. I'm your host, Vinnie Wellsby. Let's do it! I have transformed my life from hating my body with desperately low self-esteem to being a courageous and confident, fierce fatty who loves every...
Okay, when you notice that your body has a problem, okay, I'm not saying hating it is the right course of action, right? If you're gonna change, it should be specifically because you love yourself enough to actually give yourself a better life. I'm not saying hating yourself is the solution. But letting yourself go and then becoming fat and embracing your character flaw, it's like, no, that's the wrong answer. You should be trying to become a better person. You should be trying to lose that weight and show some discipline. Like, that's what you should be doing.
Inch of this jelly. Society teaches us living in a fat body is bad, but what if we spent...
Society teaches us. Yeah. Sure. Yep, sure. Society taught us this. You're not going to specify who in society taught us, even though we probably already know. It's probably just Whitey at it again.
Less time, money, and energy on the pursuit of thinness, and
Dude, okay, I'm going to be honest. It's not that hard. Being thin is not that hard. I'm going to be honest. It's hard. It's one of those things where it's actually hard. But it's simple. It's not complicated. It's simple. It's easy to do as far as the actual methodology goes. But it's hard because you have to keep it up consistently, right? That's how I was able to go from this, as you can see some of my weight loss progress here, to this. Just didn't stop. I just kept making healthy decisions. Like deciding not to eat as much. Deciding not to put as much sugar and processed food inside my body. Trying to exercise every single day. Except for Sundays, because Sunday's my rest day. And my stream day. Hello. It's not that hard. You just gotta get up there and you just gotta keep at it. It's gonna be hard at first. Or some people it's actually easy at first, because you can just build up some momentum, and then all of a sudden, once the momentum blows out, you just kind of go, and you just stop, right? That happens to some people. It happened to me a couple of times. This isn't my first weight loss run. I just end up gaining all my weight back after the last one, and I get really depressed. And then I lost a bunch of weight because I just didn't stop. I just had to keep going, seeing the future me that was in fact healthier. Knowing that if I just kept going, even if I could only do a little bit today, if I just kept going, I would eventually lose my weight. And I did. I am down, I was at 299 last year, I'm at 215 right now. No, 214. Or was it 13? I don't know, in that range. I've lost 80 plus pounds in 8 months or so, because I technically only started this like in like September, October, so it's been like 8 or 9 months. It can be done. You can do it. So when these people are trying to tell you that it's impossible, that it can't be done, and that just takes too much energy, it's like, don't let these people steal your hope. Don't let these people lie to you. Like, here's proof right here. Just that. That versus this. It's doable. Everyone in the audience can do it. Unless there's like some sort of like major like physical dysfunction that you have that keeps you from moving. Even then, maybe you could do something. I don't know.
Instead, focused on the things that actually matter.
Oh, like what?
Like if pineapple on pizza should be outlawed, or if the mullet was the greatest haircut of the 20th century. So, how do you stop negative beliefs about your fat body controlling your life?
Get thinner. Start making actual good decisions. Make yourself love the pain of losing weight. That's how I did it. You gotta be like David Goggins. You gotta stop being so fat and ugly.
It's the Fierce Fatty Podcast. Let's begin.
The Fierce Fatty Podcast. See, if you just dance to this music like a little bit every day, you probably lose some weight.
Hello, Fatty.
Hello.
Welcome to this
Hello.
episode. How are you? How's life? You doing good? I realise that I have not ever done a land acknowledgement for the podcast. I'm thinking about the new podcast intro music, whatever. I need to change it because it's got my old name in it. And
Okay, I'm gonna skip.
Great idea, you lot, you clever lot. You know what? Because I forget what. Who says the World Health Organization offers a simple definition of health.
Oh, okay.
You know, who knows? And I can't tell for sure he enjoyed it, but I'm guessing he did because he seemed pretty happy and
She's talking about her dog, I think.
excited.
I watched a little bit of this. I haven't seen it all though.
Yes. Okay, so talking about this today, health is a social construct. I'm going to just define what is health and what is social construct. What do they mean? And then get into the concept of.
I think before we do that, we should actually be a little honest with ourselves, and actually know that there are different kinds of social constructs. I think I've heard Sitch and Adam or someone like that talk about this before. Where there's a hard social construct and a soft social construct. Soft social construct are things that that we've labeled that can, I don't know, that can change over time or something like that. Where hard social constructs are things that are permanent that we've just given a name. The word sun is a social construct, but you look up in the sky, there it is. It's right there. Just because we deem it a social construct, it's not gonna poof out of the sky. Well, it's the same thing with this. We know for a fact that being grossly overweight can be detrimental to one's health and longevity of life. We can confirm this. The same thing with smoking. The same thing with hard alcohol abuse. We know this. We know the benefits of being healthy, being stronger, of eating things that have better vitamins and nutrients than, say, chocolate cake. We know the difference, right? We can confirm these things. Sure, all the words I just said are technically social constructs, and our ideas of them social constructs, but there are definite things we can point to that are in fact objective. We can look at them, we can see them, we can point them out, we know them to be true, just the way we describe and discuss them as a social construct. She's not going to say that. She's going to imply just because it's a social construct, you can choose not to believe in it. Like
health
Tinkerbell.
being a social construct, and that related to fatness and ableism and healthism and all that type of jazz. So,
first off, ableism. There's a difference between being disabled and that's why you can't exercise, to being just lazy. So don't try to make this like an ableist issue.
So if we Google health, we just did a little Google, which I did, and the word health is a noun and the state of being free from illness or injury.
Yes, I think I agree with that.
Or a person's mental or physical condition. And that's pretty limited, right? So that's a dictionary definition. So being
No, it's Google's whatever.
free from illness or injury. But we have other definitions, and so this is from the government of Canada, who is quoting the World Health Organization, who says the World Health Organization offers a simple definition of health as a state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease or infirmity.
Sure, but I fail to see how... Because one of the things, is it possible that the reason why you're ashamed of your fat body isn't because society told you to, but simply because you yourself might be bringing on other health conditions? Right? Or here's a possibility that you got fat simply because you have poor mental health. Which I fail to see, like, how that's a good thing, if poor mental health made you fat. Like I am saying from the bottom of my heart, I genuinely, 100% feel better, not just because of the way society looks at me, because I don't feel like I'm a lazy, useless, like, piece of crap anymore. I feel like I'm actually doing something with my life, right? Like, you can tell, like, look at this face when I've taken this picture from June or July of, like, 2021. Look at this. I'm huge. I'm depressed. Like, look at this face. Does this look like a man who's content with his lot in life? Looks like he's happy? Versus this. Yeah, he's a little happier. You can argue why that is, but it's undeniable that I am, in fact, happier, and I think you'll be happier too. Because it's more than just the fact that you're not fat anymore. I was starting to feel better even while I was still fat. But it was like, I'm working towards something. I'm pushing towards something. I'm not just sitting around and letting my vices own me. Not being a slave to my own desires. I am showing self-control. Yeah, that feels good. It feels really good. It put me in a better mental health space when I actually started pushing forward to something with a goal in mind. My goal, still up there for 2022, was to lose 100 pounds. I lost 86. It feels good to reach that goal. The same way it does to feel to read my goal of reading like twice as many books as I did last year. I only read 15 last year. I'm already on 19 this year. And it's like, yeah, I'm pretty confident I can reach it. It feels good to do something hard like that and achieve it. It genuinely helps your mental health.
Social well-being is an important aspect of this definition that may not always occur to us in thinking about health. So, what does that mean? What is that?
Please tell me you know what it means.
That mean a state of complete physical, mental, social well-being.
Some camera etiquette. Try not to do that too much.
A state of complete physical, mental, and social well-being, and not merely the absence of disease. So,
okay, so if being like this, because social health matters, right? If it'll be socially healthier for you to be skinny, right? That still applies that being skinnier is a good thing than being gigantic and fat, right? Because it is still, by the definition you've chosen to use, still healthier to be skinnier, because in the public eye, you look better, your social health is improved, so it's still a good thing, right?
Well-beingness is what WHO says it is. Okay, so well-beingness, or if we look.
And what if it's in like a person's well-being to actually be thinner, right? Because you hear stories about this all the time, where a guy just becomes so fat that he dies. Or a girl becomes so fat he dies, like 600-pound life, 500-pound life. They have to go through a surgery because they will not make it to a certain age at their current weight. Did society construct that? Did society make that up, that you die at a point when you become too fat? Is society that cruel that they just made it where you die when you reach a certain weight?
Look at the simple definition. being free from illness or injury. Okay, so social constructs.
By the way, you can totally get injured by being too fat. Totally. Stress fractures on your knees and stuff when you're trying to walk. I think that's like totally a thing that can happen.
So let's look at the dictionary definition, Merriam-Webster.
What you just said? You just said it was the dictionary definition when you read the Google one. But okay.
Says that it is an idea that has been created and accepted by the people in a society. So,
Wait.
Construct. So let's look at the
okay, social construct.
The
okay.
Dictionary definition, Merriam-Webster says that it is an idea that has been created and accepted by the people in a society.
Okay, I agree
so
with
an idea that has been created and accepted by the people in a society. Well, I hear you. Isn't that everything? Yeah, it's a lot of things.
Okay, but you still aren't. You still. That doesn't mean that suddenly being fat's okay just because we as a society deemed that it was, and other societies may have deemed that it is okay. That isn't what that means. It doesn't mean that suddenly, well, since everything is a social construct, being huge and gigantic, despite the fact that I could die at 45, that's okay. That's better than being thin and fit. I don't know why society told me otherwise.
So what is a social construct? We're going to go to another site that gives us some examples. So this is what they say. Social constructs develop within a society or group. They don't represent objective reality.
Yes, they do. That one's just factually wrong. They don't represent objective reality. Well, that was the point of creating the social construct in the first place, was so we could have a means by describing what is in front of our eyes.
But instead are meaningful only because people within the society or group accept that they have meaning.
Listen, I can accept the meaning of the word gravity. I'm still gonna fall off my roof if I jump.
Social constructs do not have inherent meaning. The only meaning they have is
they do have inherent meaning.
The meaning given to them by people. For example, the idea that pink is for girls and blue is for boys is an example of a social construct related to gender and the color of items. The collective perception of a particular...
Or that was an observation that was made, and so it became the social construct. People notice that girls tend to gravitate towards pink, and young boys tend to gravitate towards blue, and so it became the common idea, there's something here. Maybe girls like pink, and boys like blue, and that became the social construct. It definitely couldn't be that.
A color can be associated with a certain gender is not an objective representation of truth or fact. Instead, it is a social
Which, by the way, what she just said is an objective statement.
Convention that came to have meaning within the context of society. And so they go on to list some examples. There are many examples of social constructs. Most common practices and behaviors that are generally accepted within a society or group represent social constructs. These societal norms don't have to be accepted by every single person in order to be social constructs. They can, and often do, change over time. So some examples here. There's lots of different examples, but I'm just going to read out the ones which are related more to what we're talking about today. So adulthood. The specific of when a person is considered to be an adult is a social construct. In the United States,
so being fat's okay then, but we can even that is like, well, we've got studies that confirm when like a child's brain stops developing and they start becoming a more mature adult, and that's usually when we start calling them and treating them like adults, right? We can confirm this, maybe not to a T, but that is still based on some sort of representation of objective reality, at least our understanding of objective reality. So thus we created a social construct.
In most of the EU, people are considered to be adults at the age of 18. However, in Scotland, people are considered to be adults at the age of 16. And in reality, so if we're talking about reality, if we were to define adulthood as the time where our brains are more developed, where we are at a certain level of maturity, then it will probably actually be 25.
Okay, okay then. All right then. That's what the number is. That doesn't disprove. I'm not even gonna bother arguing this. This doesn't mean that suddenly, like, I find this weird how she's going to appeal to like science now. She's like, well, if we go by when the brain develops, right? If we go by when the brain develops, it's like, okay, but can't we like use scientific studies to also prove that being ginormously fat is also is a thing that we can actually objectively assess, that does have some sort of barrier or bearing on reality?
Then we have to think about, like, well, do we let people who are under 25 do stuff even though maybe their brains aren't
Depends.
totally fully developed?
Depends.
Well, yeah. And so it's kind of like, well, we have to come to a decision about what being an adult means by society's standards. And I mean, you know, for some things I think it's appropriate to say 16 or 18, but other things I think maybe not. So gender behaviors. The concept of certain behaviors being specific to a person's gender is a social construct. This applies to the idea that men should keep their emotions bottled up, or the notion
Therefore, be fat. Can we get to the point?
that women are overly emotional. It also applies to the belief that boys...
No, it's not necessarily to the belief. It's because somebody did some sort of scientific study and came to the conclusion that girls are in fact more empathetic and more in touch with their feelings, and men are in fact not. And thus, a social construct was created because of a scientific observation.
should play with trucks and girls with dolls. Gender
But we can prove that that's the case.
roles. There are also social constructs associated with gender roles, such as formerly widely held belief that women should stay at home and men should work. This
Based.
also relates to the belief that certain types of jobs are women's work,
There you go, comic legend. I'll let you have that one.
while others represent men's work. Disability. The concept of disability is a social construct.
No, it's not. Yes, sure, the terms in which we describe it may be. But that doesn't mean that disabilities are just not a thing anymore.
social construct of disability often relates to visible indicators of disability, such as using a wheelchair or missing a limb. People who have less visible disabilities are often misunderstood because their conditions don't fit into the social constructs of others. Like, you hear many stories of people parking in the disabled spot, and
Are we gonna get why fatphobia, or being fat, or whatever, or what it means to be unhealthy to be fat, whatever it is that we're talking about? Are we actually gonna get to that, or are we just gonna talk about... Can we get to the point?
someone rushing out being like, this is for disabled people because they're not in a wheelchair, and then the person being like, well, and they take their leg off or whatever to reveal that they're using a leg to help.
So, right, we came up with this idea of what it means to be able-bodied, where you can fully function, move around all of the joints that most people on Earth have. That's the typical norm, right? So disabled is when one of those doesn't work. Those things that I just described are in fact real in reality. It's just the way that we look at them and describe them is what is the subjective social construct part. That doesn't mean that the things we're talking about are any less real. Just like being fat, being unhealthy.
Them walk, or they have a disability which is not visible. It gets on my tits. That really gets on my tits when people
No point in saying
are
that, but okay.
saying, you can't use that washroom because it's for disabled people. It's like, well, how can you tell with your eyeballs that someone is disabled?
Is this woman actually being ableist right now? Or like telling the story how she get called out for ableist behavior after putting in her description talking about the moralistic value that society places on healthy bodies is ableism. She's like standing up here for ableism, and it's like she's like going against ableism right here. And she's like, and then she's telling a story about this one time, like the way she tells it too, like the part about the handicapped parking lot. That sounded a bit personal to me. That sounded a bit too familiar the way she told it. She was just like, it was like one time she actually parked in a handicapped place, and then the person had to prove that they were handicapped or whatever. Is this woman unironically ableist? Because that would be funny. That would be really funny for this woman to be ableist, despite the fact that she's claiming that if you don't like fat people, you're ableist.
Disabled or not. It's none of your fucking business. Ugh.
What's the point? That they couldn't tell that you're disabled or something like that? Are you trying to say that you were disabled, so therefore you can use the disabled, like, washing machine? To be fair... Oh, okay, I'm not gonna make that joke.
You know,
that's mean. That's too mean.
But I can see why people do that, because they want to protect disabled people. But in that, they're
Yeah, I
harming
gotta backtrack that real quick before they figure out that I'm ableist.
disabled people. Yes, and if we think about, like, with disability... If we think about glasses wearers, you wouldn't...
Yes,
if you...
lots of people have really good working eyes, and some people don't have eyes that work so well, which makes it kind of a disability.
Or glasses probably describe yourself as having a disability.
Probably, maybe.
Whereas maybe a few hundred years ago, before we were able to access glasses, or I don't know when glasses were invented. I know sunglasses were invented.
Glasses, spectacles, whatnot, I think were invented by Benjamin Franklin in the 1700s. I could be wrong, but I'm pretty sure that's the case.
A long time ago. Yeah, so then, if you, depending on the level of
wait, was that a cut?
Time ago. Yeah, so then...
I thought this was supposed to be a stream. There's a cut. I've been lied to. You're a liar!
Then, if you, depending on the level of sight, that would be a disability. So, like, if I didn't have my glasses, I couldn't drive.
Okay, so it is disabling you to not have the glasses, which means you have a disability.
Sometimes struggle to get around. My mum, it really barely get around. Aid that I have, that I wear, glasses are seen as cool, right? Not everyone thinks they're cool.
I just want to get to the part where you're talking about being fat being okay.
It's just no big deal.
That's
you
all I
wouldn't
care
think,
about.
oh, look at that.
Just get to the part.
That person's disabled because they're wearing glasses. It's just a normal thing, and that's a social construct to say that wearing glasses is not a disability, whereas using a wheelchair or a mobility aid is a disability. And so some folks with disabilities.
But here's the thing, we have methods of actually proving what a disability is. Same thing with whether or not being fat is okay. Sure, being a little chunky might not kill you, but to a certain extent, we know for a fact that there are people who have died because of, like, being hugely obese.
Don't see themselves as disabled, and some do. It's, disabled people are not a monolith. But anyway, it's a social construct is what we're talking about. And some people buy into that construct and some people don't. Illness. Illness is also a social construct. The word illness doesn't
Hopefully this is where she finally gets to the point.
mean the same thing to everyone. Some only perceive medical conditions as illnesses if they would cause a person to be, I don't like this word, bedridden. I don't like that. That's like...
Bedridden, I don't like that word.
a negative thing. To be in...
Dude, just because it's negative does not mean it's... just because it has a negative connotation does not mean it's a word that you should just completely ignore forever and ever, and doesn't mean it has no bearing on reality. You can't just go, la 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 la, no, I'm not listening, not listening. You can't just do that. There you go, I'm not bedridden anymore. Don't like that word, it's negative!
While others perceive a wide variety of medical circumstances to represent illness. Yeah, so, for example, illness, and let's, like, extend this to health. I used this example before, but one time that really made me think about this was going to the doctors, and had like an annual checkup or whatever, had my blood work done, and the doctor says, "You are absolutely healthy," as she handed my script for all the different various things, like medication I need to take to make sure that I can live. You know, I won't die.
Well, you don't sound very healthy to me.
Without the medications. Well, no, maybe I probably would.
Then you're not that healthy.
But she's saying I am healthy, but am I healthy? Is the way that I and she is perceiving these conditions, because they are somewhat easily remedied with medication, means that they are no longer a barrier to so-called health status, a health
Depends.
status. But then if I don't know, I didn't have access to medication, or couldn't afford to pay for medication because I have to pay for my medication in Canada, would then I not be healthy? Is health only for those who are able to...
Okay, if you're bleeding out, you're unhealthy. If you stop the bleeding and you get back to strength, you're healthy again. But the moment you start bleeding out again, I think you're back to being unhealthy. I think that can explain what she's trying to say.
Manage their health condition. Does that then make someone healthy or unhealthy? Like, am I healthy because I...
So, if you're saying... If I am fat and gargantuan, I think that's where she's going with this. Please tell me you're not going to go with the argument that if I'm fat and gargantuan, but I take a bunch of pills to contradict and counteract all of the crazy health problems I have because I am overweight, I am therefore healthy and okay. Right. Let's forget the fact that I just kind of may have admitted that being fat is giving me health problems that I need pills to counteract. Who cares?
I can take antidepressants that make my depression symptoms mostly go away.
Well, that just means you're going in the wrong direction in life. Sorry. Most depression can probably be described as that. I know that's the unpopular opinion, but I don't care.
Does that then mean I'm healthy?
No, because you need to take pills in order to be healthy all of a sudden. And you're still not healthy. It's only like mildly contradicting the symptoms. Right? If I pulled something in my back and I take a painkiller to make the pain go away, the thing in my back is still pulled.
But then you might say yes, but then if a week I didn't take my antidepressants, then maybe then I would not. But the difference is between me medicating it or not. So it's what... you know, what... It's complicated, right?
Tim, you come and Tim pull over here. Just put a little beanie on it. It's complicated.
It is complicated. Okay, the last example of a social construct here that they're giving is time. Time as a social construct, it is meaningful only in the context of human-created systems that are used to describe...
Yes, but time objectively passes. We just added a system to it to keep up with the time that is objectively passing. Just like being fat can kill you.
Describe time, seconds, minutes, hours, and make it meaningful. In some places, daylight savings time is not observed. Oh, I want to be in one of those places. The concept of seasonal time changes does not exist where they are not practiced. Yeah, we need to get rid of daylight savings. That shit is silly. We're not farming anymore. Anyway.
We're not farming anymore. Okay. This is how you can tell that this, maybe it was a joke, but this is kind of how you can tell that a person is like really pampered, right? That they're this really, really pampered, like little spoiled person who just has all these first world problems and think their life is a living hell that they need antidepressants for, right? This is how you can tell we're not farming anymore. Hey, you're aware that there's like a farmer's strike in like Deutschland at the moment, right? And in Switzerland. There's farmers that are going crazy because of the terrible laws over there that are restricting people from farming. We're definitely farming now. How else do you think you eat most of the food that you eat? Do you eat a cheeseburger? Where do you think they came from? Where do you think the cheese came from? Or the cow? Or the tomato? Or the pickle? Or the wheat bread?
Yeah, so... and other examples of social constructs: money, government.
Money, but guess what? I'm not gonna repeat myself. I'm just gonna keep going.
Well, the
Keep
next
going.
agenda
She'll eventually
here.
get to the point.
Yes, so it's anything that which is not a fact. I would argue that how much of
But what is that then? By your own logic, nothing really is a fact then, is it?
stuff is factual.
Like
it's
what?
as factual as we know it according to science today, right?
Okay, but please quantify it. Because science today also says that if you're ginormously fat, you will die.
And that's the thing is, like scientists will always say, like, this is the best we know today.
It's not a fact. Like, I don't understand. You're not quantifying what separates it. This science, your science that you're, only using for this purposes of defending your point. You're just going to ignore the science that also says you're healthy. Your lifestyle that you deem healthy is not, in fact, healthy. It's completely unhealthy. You'll ignore all that. But you haven't quantified what the difference between science and social construct is. Because, well, everything we understand about science could be just part of a social construct too, by the logic that you're using.
And so with a lot of things, like, it's pretty much very well established certain things, but other things, we've just kind of made it up, and everyone said, yeah, that sounds about right.
That's what happened with science, though. Right? We said the sun is a star and we're orbiting around it, and everybody went, yeah, seems legit.
Yeah. Even though maybe at the time it sounded about right, women have to stay in the home, men have to do this. And
Okay, just because there are some social constructs that are outdated does not suddenly mean that every social construct ever was wrong.
And men's personality traits are this, and
But we
all
can
that
confirm
type of
that's what
stuff
it is.
may have worked. I mean, did it ever work? No. But maybe it may have been more relevant.
It clearly probably did. I'd say it worked to an extent. I don't care. Keep going.
200 years ago.
Yeah, we know what you want to say. Just say it already.
But it's no longer search, so it could.
Yeah, because people have become so pampered and stuff like that that they no longer actually need the masculine traits of a man to go out and stab a thing with a lance and then drag it home for his kids to eat. Can you join the stream? I guess I'll be nice. Alright, just give me a minute.
Hello?
Hello. Me. Get this.
Yo, I've been watching this video. Oh my god, bro. I just have to respond. Or my puffy thing.
Do you which part do you like the best so far? Because I love the concept that just because there are things that were like described as being a social construct, therefore it is okay to live my unhealthy lifestyle, because one social construct means that every social construct ever is in fact incorrect and up to interpretation.
Oh yeah, that part was pretty insane.
Yeah.
I think it's a bunch of like wibbly wobbly garbage that she's saying. I just don't understand why you're making something so simple so complicated.
Yeah, this is 20
Does she
minutes
believe
in.
science?
This is 20 minutes in, by the way. She still hasn't made the point. She's just beating
What
around
I'm
the bush.
genuinely
She's got us
what I'm
waiting in
genuinely
suspense.
wondering though is, does she like believe in science, like unironically?
I mean, she said that. What we can prove beyond a shadow of a doubt with science, things that are facts, according to science. It's like, well, then science screws you over.
Yeah, so her premise is already destroyed.
Mm-hmm.
Like her fashion sense. Those glasses look awful. Oh my god.
But here's the
So
thing,
is there like
though.
a watch together or something so I can watch it with you?
Yeah. Let me just
Set it all up.
Let me pull one up. I will go here to the camera while I do this. But yeah, this is like 20 minutes in,
Do that.
and it's like she's already contradicted herself and is clearly using the typical like kind of left-leaning oh, everything is just a social construct, so who cares kind of thing going on. It's like not how that works. And a random video. Get out of here.
Does she just not
Women
follow
have to stay
any
in the home.
form of social anything?
Well, that's the question then, isn't it? Also, she read one earlier. She read a comment
Is
earlier
it
that
like
says,
eating? Would you
What?
like consider like eating a social construct?
"Yeah, don't
Something
eat,
that's socially accepted.
don't eat, just don't eat, bro."
Hang on a second. It says create your room. Hang on, do I have to click here, right? Invalid access code. Please use a valid.
Oh yeah,
application link.
I screw this up every time. Give me a minute.
Fuck.
All right, here you go. That should be better.
Check. All right.
That's the question then.
Oh no! Oh no! There she is.
There she is.
Dude, what kind of profile picture is that? I'm going to her channel. I'm gonna check out what she does.
This is her whole channel is being fat's okay. Raising fat positive
Raising
kids.
fat positive
Child
kids.
abuse.
oh my god, that's so dark. Fuck me. What else? Help! I'm surrounded by fat phobes. mistakes. Dude, is this their whole channel? What's her channel name? Oh, Websley.
Fierce Fatty
Victoria-
is the name of it or something.
Wait,
like that.
how do
It's
you
her
say that?
podcast. I think it's
Wells-
Victoria. Yeah, I don't know.
Wellsby? Ah, jeez. Why do you put like your full fucking name in like your YouTube channel? It's so weird. With like a really cringe, terrible like PFP. That just makes you look like the whitest person in the world.
I don't know.
I'm privileged by my skin color, but don't be mean to fat people. Ah, Jesus.
Mistakes dietitians make that can hurt
Oh
fat
my god.
folks.
Oh my god. I just realized her glasses unironically look like fucking Mr. Arkham City, Mr. Freeze's fucking battle goggles.
Are you ready to watch it?
Yeah, I'm ready.
So men have to do this, and men's personality traits are this, and
Well,
all
we
that
can kinda
type of
prove
stuff
that men and
may
women
have
different
worked.
personality traits,
I
typically.
mean, did it ever work? No, but maybe it may have
No.
been more relevant
No.
200 years ago, but it's no longer search. So it could change. In 200 years we might be like, LOL. Remember in the olden days when they used to think that women should stay at home.
LOL.
So yeah. Also, let's just finish off this here for this bit. By the way, links in the show notes. This is episode 129, so fiercefactory.com/129. Finishing off this little bit is expand your understanding of social constructs. Expanding your understanding of social constructs involved considering which of the things that you know actually have objective meaning versus which ones are meaningful only because people in a group assign meaning to them and continue to allow that assigned meaning to persist. Explore your perceptions versus those of others by
Is she like
reviewing
reading off
some.
something?
Yeah, I think she's like reading a Google something or another. Is the obesity epidemic real?
this-
I think Jordan Peterson unironically has a video called the obesity like epidemic or something. Or is it like
Is
no, it
this
wasn't.
like content? Like just reading off other people's work in
I
your
mean,
YouTube
yeah.
video?
Yeah, I think so. I mean, look at it.
Just showing your face cam in the whitest room you could ever, like... Dude, this room is like so white, it can unironically be used for like olden days like torture. Just like lock someone in the room, because like almost everything's white. Have you ever heard of that kind of way of torture? Have you ever heard of that way of torture? You literally just put someone in a room full of white and you only feed them white stuff like rice.
That's crazy.
People literally just lose their minds. Dude,
Example.
maybe that explains why her video is like so bad. She's lost her
literally
mind.
torturing herself. Yeah, I think it actually is proven that when you go to like
Really
high
white
school and the rooms are like all white and stuff like that, kids don't typically respond as well as when the room has got like a variation of colors all on the walls and stuff like that. It makes them more comfortable that way. So maybe you're onto
Yeah,
something,
that's
man.
why like That's why like schools are like really colorful. Even if it's like boring colors, it's like,
it's
here's a bit
better
of
than
orange
white.
and red. Yeah, white just like, it's an evil color. Especially in history.
It's
Because
evil
Examples of
color.
sociological
They
imagination.
created society and said it wasn't okay to be fat.
This will allow you to consider situations
Because-
from other points of view and will come to appreciate perspectives other than your own. So another
Every
example.
time I look at her, I just think of Mr. Freeze from Arkham City. I'm sorry.
Just quote the Heart of Ice
Mrs. Freeze.
intro. They are, man, they really are Mr. Freeze glasses though. Like the big roundness of them. I'm not even trying to be mean, but these are Mr. Freeze glasses.
Just like color them like red, and she's just like, she's like Mr. Freeze's like fat female cousin.
She does look like she does look like a Batman villain though. I'm not even gonna lie.
The Karen.
Hello, Batman. I'm here to see your manager.
Batman, you say you're the peak of humanity, but you're not fat. You're me. Go away.
Example is religion.
Otherwise, I keep. Oh yeah, because.
Example is religion. So this line here, they're saying,
Dude, we get it. Get to the point where being fat is okay, so we can like dispute that point.
people in a group assign meaning to them.
Or they just believe that objective reality is assigned by God, and they just go by what He said.
And continue to allow that assigned meaning
We
to
have to believe
persist.
in some form of reality, because if we don't, then like,
and-
where do we base our morals off of?
The social construct had to have been constructed around something. Most of it was around observation. We looked at reality
Isn't,
and
like,
went,
social
huh,
construct what- isn't
fire
that, like,
was
how we
given to
create
us
morals?
because dancing Sly Fox one time dipped his tail into fire and ran across a field, and we have fire now. You know, it's like, well,
For example, like with something like morality, like, you know, what we know today of what is right and wrong, that was built by mostly stuff like religion, for example, right?
yeah.
That is, religion inherently is basically a social construct, unless I stand corrected, right?
You can say that about a lot of things, but that doesn't mean that the thing is suddenly not
Well, yeah,
objectively
that's the
real.
point,
It's
yeah.
just the way we understood it. We came up with like a series of things to try to figure out what everything meant. And
We need
it's
some
well,
form
that's a
of
social construct, but does that
construct,
mean
yeah.
suddenly being fat means it's okay and it's quote unquote healthy because I took like an entire pharmacy to keep myself alive?
No, we've grown like far as a species to not just like accept that nothing is real, everything is permitted. We should just not accept anything, just accept what we want to believe only. Because it's like, no, we've built a society that like has rules, that has like, you know, like beliefs, morals, and you know, research and science. That's why we're like more evolved than like regular animals, because we can understand things better. That's like the point of social construct in a sense, because like something like religion is like basically social construct, and religion, if we didn't have it, it would be, you know, it's like, where would most of our morals come from then? Because a lot of them came from religion.
Yeah.
A lot of bad may have came from religion, but like a lot of basis of morality also came from religion.
Mhm.
Like not killing the innocent. That's something I believe that's in like the Bible. It was invented somewhere there, right?
Yeah. That's a lot of things like thou shalt not murder or whatever, but
Yeah.
like what we believe is that God is the one that actually understands the truth of morality, and he's the one that dictates it. You like, it's like, oh, there is no objective truth. It's like, yeah, well, we humans can't make our own objective truth just because we do come from so many backgrounds, so we do have a basis for which objective truth comes from. But at the same time, despite all of this, despite the fact there are different views on what being fat is, we know for a fact that being too fat is bad for your health. We can prove that. And it doesn't matter like how much argumentation we have on it or how many social constructs mean different things for different fat people in different societies. It's like, we know being too fat can kill you. We know like being too fat can like compress your lungs and make it where you can't breathe. That's why there are some people that are so fat they have to sleep with like air going up their nostrils because they
it's
can't
like,
breathe. That's not healthy.
It's like something like science has always been about. Science is basically just what is fact, and that's it. It's supposed to be just like how our world works and nothing else. It's not about belief, it's just about how it works. So if we have scientific proof that being overweight is bad, because it leads to these things that are negative because of lifespan, then, you know, in the end, we have to conclude it's a bad thing. Unless you want me to be specific, then I would be like, okay, being overweight, in conclusion, would lower your lifespan, would make your life more likely to be unhappy, higher chances of getting things like depression and some other, you know, mental, you know, issues like that.
Not only that, like depression brings a lot of like being overweight that can
Horrible
be
sleeping
brought in
problems.
by depression and bad mental health. So it's like I don't know if it was necessarily good for you then if it was literally brought on while you were in a state of mental turmoil.
Yeah. So like the point I'm gonna make is like, if you want me to be specific, that's what the most factual thing you can say. It would lead to these things. It would be like lesser lifespan, for example. But like saying, oh, it equals bad. You can that matter. That's like determine if like what you believe bad is.
Mm-hmm.
And in that case, I don't care. If you want to conclude that it is not bad to lessen your lifespan, that is your decision.
Mm.
But I choose to believe that trying to keep your life more healthy and more happy by scientific proof is always a better option.
Yeah, but that's the thing that we can prove that
I'm
one
sure most
person
people
is in
would-
fact going to live longer as opposed to the other person, right? Like that's undeniable.
Yeah.
Whether or not you care about how long you live, or believe that in any of that,
It's a
like,
bad thing.
yeah.
Even if you don't believe it's a bad thing, it's like, okay, then like I don't know why you would believe that. That's like strange to me.
But by what we understand, being healthy is.
You don't want to live longer and happier? I don't get it.
Mm-hmm.
So
If you
I'm
think that's a
watching
bad
something
thing, that's on you.
Mm-hmm.
I
on
don't know what to
Netflix. I
say
started
after
watching it last night about the
Netflix.
the Mormon group that's led by Jeff. What's his name? They are called the Latter-day Saints of
Church of Christ of Latter-day Saints, but okay.
Fundamental Latter-day
Gosh, he just
Saints.
seems like such a boring person.
FLDS. Anyway, religious group.
I mean, a lot of them that are really into themselves like that typically don't actually understand their worth in the world. That
Dude,
what they're
what's
saying
that,
really
like-
isn't that important.
What's that black and white like child fucking picture thing right
The
here?
one that looks like Joaquin Phoenix's Joker back there for some reason.
That unironically looks like something Scarecrow would like hang in his like supervillain base.
Dude, this is to show you just
Yeah,
how
Batman.
like the kind of person just a framed picture of the word yay.
Wait, where is that? Oh, ugh. Dude, the purple just gives me like boring teacher vibes. It's like, oh yeah, you're one of those teachers that I don't like and made me fail my classes. I
Made me
don't
felt
like
my class. This is a
Agree.
very
Your
specific.
fault, not me.
This is
Your
a very
fault.
specific teacher that Comic Legend doesn't like. That's why he wanted on here. He's like, I'm gonna get revenge. Dude, she
No, there's
lives in
too many.
Canada now. This might have been her.
Bro. She like completely changed from how I remember her. She got bigger.
Unhealthier.
Her hair represents like her hair represents the proper gene pool of the Nazis. It's nice and
Blonde.
blonde, yeah.
Yeah. Well, she
But no,
she
she-
also
she is
wants to
looking,
see the
but
manager of the social
not-
constructs that are demanding that she eat healthier. She wants to see the social the social standards manager. She's like, hey, we're gonna have a talk.
All right.
I'm
So
a
vegetables
fit,
don't taste as good
plus-size,
as
curvy
pizza.
lady.
Why do you think people eat it?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. Are you going to deny that there are certain vitamins and nutrients that are inside certain foods as opposed to others that are in fact better for you?
No, it's a government construct to make people eat food that they like that like don't taste as good as pizza or whatever because they want people to not be
It's pizza or
as
whatever.
enjoying. They don't. The government doesn't want people to enjoy their food too much for some reason. I don't know.
Yeah,
There you go.
it's like eat the apple, bigot.
Very
Eat the boring things. Eat beets. I know they make you want to
Conservative
throw up, but eat them.
and they had the prophet, which was this guy Jeff's dad, and
God,
the
her
prophet
glasses look so
was
thick. It
meant
looks
to
like if like
live
someone
forever
shot her
because
in
he
the
was a
eye, it would
prophet,
just
and
bounce right off. It's
Oopsie, he
bulletproof
died.
glasses.
And so they were like, huh, what the heck? We thought prophet was going to live forever. And so then the son was like, they had what
Dude, what does this
children
have to
did this
do
guy
with,
have because they believe
What does this have to do with being fat? Get to the point.
She's like
in
it's like on her strange tangent.
plural marriages.
Let her be, I guess.
This guy had like hundreds of
Well, I'm having to pause it every now and then just in case, she's one of those people. You know?
Oh yeah, I still remember with Godzilla Mendoza. It's like literally a minute. Goodbye, YouTube
Goodbye,
video.
sir. Goodbye.
Goodbye.
I am
got
not going to
you.
justify that with a
Beat you by
response.
technicality.
Children, and so one of the favorite sons who was said to be magical in some way was like, oh, turns out dad's come back, he's in my body now and I'm the prophet. And so then the group had to
So now this is just an anti-Mormon religious rant. Like, what is this? It's not
get behind that idea, and anyone who was a
cannot
threat to the
be, I
idea
am
that
the
this guy Jeff was actually the prophet reincarnated, the dad reincarnated in his body, were ousted. And then that became, the new group belief that the prophet had reincarnated into the son's body, and that you had to do certain things and wear your hair in a certain way and wear underwear down to your ankles and up to your wrists and la 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 la.
God.
Because that's what they all believed, right?
People
They still
also
believe.
believed. Yeah, hang on, pause. People also believed, like way back in time, that it's like, hunting is one of the most viable ways to get food. All the way back when we were dumber and didn't have guns. The point is, that's a social construct. But if I hear like some Karen go, well, that's actually bad because we're killing sentient things. It goes by the fact that under that society, the logic would just simply be, oh, we need food. This is a viable way to get food. Food good because it makes us live longer. A lot of things that are like considered healthy is just expanding lifespan, because that's the goal of like your health, and it's something that everyone clearly has semi considered is how their health is. Even this person, if she like eats a salad like once in her life, that's like her considering her health. Like if you eat at all, you're considering some form of your health. You're trying to keep yourself alive. It's still a healthy thing to eat. It's like we can't just like completely break certain things like this, social construct or whatever. It's like you can't just break that. You can't just decide I don't want to eat anymore, but I'll still be fine. Or like, I could just
Get my nutrients
walk around
from the
naked.
sun, because
Just get my nutrients from the sun.
I'm a plant now.
Well, fun fact: I think there's actually a monk that was actually able to live for a couple years without eating by just like nutrients from the sun
Probably
or
drink
something.
water.
Like that. It was something about like meditating. I don't know how real that is, but like I think I heard about that. But that's like an anomaly. Don't do that. Also, you're really unhealthy. You're like brittle bones.
So let's look at sociology, because we can also
No.
look at this from a sociological frame.
No, I do not like
Health
the field.
is a social contract. I just read the title now.
Yeah. Dude, I actually really disliked sociology as like a field. Like I don't know. I get what it's trying to do, but maybe it's people like Vosh and stuff like that that have put a bad taste in my mouth for what sociology is supposed to be, because I hate it. And it's like, no, this sucks. It's like we're going to find out, because most sociologists are like people that came up with like the like critical race theory and stuff like that. And it's like yeah, sociologists are typically dumb, or they just use their field as a shield from criticism when they make these really like malevolent theories.
I just find it really insane that like she's like trying to say like health is a social construct and all that. And I just want to bring up, so if you believe that health is a social construct, because is it like she's just trying to say it's made by society and you don't actually need to abide by it? Is that what she means by it?
I think that's what she's trying to get at, but she won't get to it. We are 22 minutes.
Because that's technically correct, but it's dumb to follow by. Because, like I've been saying a lot, it's like you gotta like understand that like even like her being alive right now proves that she is already like following the thing that she is calling a social construct.
Almost
She's
like there are
clearly
certain
eating something.
instincts and stuff that humans have that we might describe with words constructed by society, but it
She's
still
living in a house.
is
It's a
real.
social construct. You don't need to live in a house. Stop following the social
Yeah,
construct. Go
just live in a tree.
live outside.
Live in a
Yeah,
tree.
live in a tree. Stop eating. That's a social construct.
Mm-hmm. So you can
It's like you don't have to
technically
abide by it.
not- Yeah, you don't have-
Stop following the social construct.
game. And I'm looking at
I'm gonna get some water. You
the
continue.
social
I'll keep it
construction of health from OpenText BC, which is OpenText of
Now that he's gone, I apologize for his harsh language. Okay, he doesn't mean it. He just has weak character and a low vocabulary. But Common Legend means well.
Sociology course, and so I'm going to read a few quotes from here. So, medical sociology is the systematic study of how humans manage issues of health and illness, disease and disorders, and healthcare for both the sick and the healthy. The social construction of health explains how society shapes and is shaped by medical issues. The social construction of health is a major research topic within medical sociology. At first glance, the concept of a social construction of health does not seem to make sense. After all, if disease is measurable physiological problem, then there can be no question of social constructing disease, right? Well, it's not that simple. The idea of the social construction of health emphasizes the socio-cultural aspects of the discipline's approach to physical, objective, definable phenomena.
Did you get all that?
No. Okay. I just want to be very clear. I've always stood by this when it comes to trying to convince people on anything. If you want to like change hearts and minds, the way to do it is to be. You gotta like present yourself first. The person has to like you. That's like half the battle. You have to like, so like can come in two ways. You can come off very likable and kind, but in a YouTube video, it usually comes off that you're supposed to be not a bad person, but also at least entertaining. If you're just sitting here going, I'm gonna read a boring novel in my computer because I'm smart, nobody cares what you have to say. Like, I don't care. It's like, you're not making a strong point. You're just reading off something very slowly and not making any point. Like, you're not doing anything. You're just, okay,
so
Google
there are
said,
things that people think and other people don't think them. Okay, got it.
I don't care what.
That's the most we've gotten out of it so far, and we are almost halfway through this video.
People are allowed to not think about anything. People can think that they can think like, you know, I don't think murder is wrong. I don't think that rape is wrong. It's like that doesn't. Are we gonna like take those people seriously? Like, we can't just go by, oh yeah, well, people don't think things. Yeah, I know criminals don't think that selling meth is wrong, but we do. Most people do. Like, we have to abide by some system, like in the world. We need to like have some form of a justice system. We have to have some form of a, you know, an understanding of our world, some abidement of science, religion, and like morals. We can't just like go in and say everything is subjective and we can believe whatever we want. I don't care.
That's called chaos.
I'm fat and it's good. Yeah, it's literally what
it's
the
like,
Joker
oh
wants.
really? Then I believe there's no moral repercussions of me marching into your land, taking your stuff, and calling it my own. Like,
there's a reason why chaos is usually the bad guy in stories, because it's wrong. It's really stupid.
It's bad. It's a bad thing.
Yeah. Honka, honka, I'm an idea.
Conrad and Barker, 2010, offer a...
I mean, we do live in a society, we do live in a literal society where people like the Amazing Atheist unironically like think that the Joker is some sort of icon or whatever just because of his chaotic principles, and they have like posters of the Joker behind them because they're so nihilistic and insane that they think it's a good idea to listen to that guy. It's like just the bad guy.
Honka,
honka. Honka, honka.
I'm gonna hurt you real bad.
It's literally like the when I noticed it, it was when I was watching back when all the George Floyd protests started, and Amazing Atheist made a video called "I Love Riots" and how it's good to rob places and burn them down because these people are millionaires. It's like, what? No, you can't just do that.
I like ruining the rich. How dare they have more money than me? No.
It's like, oh yeah, let's not think about all the poor people that could have possibly gone up in flames that were working inside the building. or the people that relied on that actual thing to get them the thing they needed.
I always feel like I just gotta say this when I'm talking about the rich or whatever. I feel like every time someone goes, "Eat the rich," rich bad. I can't relate because they're rich. It just makes me go. It just makes me like have that feeling of like, are you like jealous that they have more money than you or
No,
something?
it is. It's complete jealousy. It's a pride issue.
It does seem like a pride issue because I can't see why you like dehumanize someone just for having more money than you.
Yeah. Well, I don't think you should be demonizing anyone that has a better social standing, quote unquote, than you. You should be focusing on actually getting your life together instead of being angry that there are people in the world who are better off than you. Because guess what? There is literally someone who is better off than you. Even like Elon Musk, right? As good off as he is right now, being the richest man in the world, there is someone who is happier than him. There's someone that has a better marriage than him. Right?
He's also bald. He doesn't have a good hairstyle.
He doesn't have a good hairstyle. Yeah, there are people out there with better hairstyles.
Bald. He's literally Lex Luthor.
Everyone has someone that's better off than them. Okay, so you shouldn't be jealous about it. You should just be focusing on trying to get your life together. And if you really want that status so bad, which you do, you hide behind a moral cause, but you do. Just there's things you can do. Just work out, read more, get smarter, so you can have the same kind of skills that they did. Do you think that just Elon Musk just woke up one day and just had billions of dollars? Or do you think that he might have done something that, made it less random? That maybe, when he worked in his, like, single-roomed office that he also slept in for a while, that he put in some sort of work or something that eventually made it where he now is a multi-billionaire.
Another thing I want to say is a lot of people aren't willing to do it, but it makes sense why a lot of people wouldn't be willing to, like, try and get themselves rich, because it's like, it's like basically for years you got to be like not happy just to get a lot of money, and you might not even be happy even if you have a lot of money.
I mean, it's like, the same. It's the same mentality with these people that think it's okay to be fat, and that people who criticize them are like evil. It's like, well, it hurts to lift weights and stuff like that, and to injure my muscles so they can grow. That hurts, and that takes too long. It's easier just to eat the pizza. It's the same mentality. And like, yeah, I get it. That's hard, but
you just eventually
Elon Musk isn't bald. That's Jeff Bezos. Elon Musk still has terrible hair, though. I'm not gonna deny that.
Still has bad hair. I don't care. But like back to my point, when I started working out, it's like, yeah, for like the first day it hurt like hell. It sucked. But then like the second day, I'm like, oh, I actually like this. It actually feels good to work out. It feels good to have that pain. Yeah, it's gotten to the point where I'm doing like shrugs and stuff like that. I enjoy actually having that little bit of soreness because it means something happened. It means I did something. I mean, I basically pulled my foot, like I sprained my foot. I mean, at work. It's been pissing me off because I can't go running or do anything. I'm just stuck doing push-ups and sit-ups and kind of a. So I hate it.
Yeah.
You feel like garbage when like you get used to working out and then there's just something in your way. You're like, no.
I think I was getting close to crossing the 20-pound loss threshold when I started working out, like in October, November. And then when we were putting up, like right before we put up our Christmas tree, when I was starting to get close to that 20-pound mark, I moved something in the wrong way, and it pulled a muscle in my back.
Oh, and I remember when that happened to me a long time ago.
I actually was literally confined to my bed and to a couch for like a week. I had to watch my family put up the Christmas tree because
I'd be so mad.
I couldn't move, which means I couldn't walk and I couldn't work out. I couldn't do anything. I had to build myself back up to that point. I could have given up right there, right? Easily just given up, but no, I didn't. I built myself back up to the point that I can move again, and I just went back at it. It's the same thing with getting rich or anything that you want. If it's worth it, it's going to take a little while to get a hold of it. It's going to take a while to actually earn it. You can't just have it willy-nilly, and that's the problem.
Honestly, it's up to the person, I feel, for any of this. Working out, getting tons of money or whatever. It's like what do you think will make you happy? It's like, what will make you happy? And it's just decide. It's like that's basically it. It's like if you think like, oh, I'm not going to be happy if I'm like, if I work out and lose tons of weight and actually get muscular or whatever. If you think like, oh, I'm just not going to be happy, that's not what I want, that's not going to achieve happiness for me, then it's like, okay, fine.
I mean, it's still up to the person, but we can still prove beyond a shadow of a doubt that being leaner and is in fact healthier. right? We can still prove
Yeah.
that. But we still
I mean,
haven't
you can still keep relatively healthy without working out exactly. You know, just don't have a bad diet.
Yeah, you can still do that. But you know,
have to get
I
buff,
just don't
you know?
want. I don't want average skinny. I didn't eat as much. I actually want more than that. So I work out. I want to be actually like physically. I want to not just look good. I actually want to be strong. So it's like,
I just want really good endurance. I want to be able to do physical strain for like a long time.
yeah, some stuff like that too is stuff that I also want. But that requires work.
I mean,
and it's not just
I've
like
been
a year of work or anything like that. This is years. If you want to get to that point, it's going to take dedication, and it's going to take, like, again, it's with a business venture, anything like that. If you care
been
about it,
breaking
you're
my
going to
record.
put that kind of work into it.
Yeah, I've been breaking my records, so I'm pretty happy. I've broke my sprinting record fairly recently when I was able to run after because my foot's still a bit damaged. It was pretty great.
Yeah, I gotta watch
It's like,
myself when I bung my knee up just a little bit. I still go out for a run. I'm kind of hobbling, but I still like try to jog. Sometimes I jog for distance, and sometimes I sprint for speed. I like doing distance stuff more though. It's nice to be like, man, I wasn't able to get past that stop sign before, and then just one day you're just able to do it. That's really fulfilling. But again, it doesn't change the fact that it's just going to take a lot of work. It's going to take a lot of sacrifice. And I think it's the same problem. And if you notice, isn't it a bit odd that the people that eat the rich, I bet this is an eat the rich kind of person. Right?
Probably.
Probably.
I don't have enough money. The government isn't paying me enough. I hate you, rich people.
Comprehensive framework for understanding the major findings
Oh,
of the
no.
last 50 years of development in this
You gotta
concept.
admit though, the glass look so thick it could be like on a riot shield.
Yeah.
The summary categorizes the findings in the field under 3 subheadings: the cultural meaning of illness, the social
Black Widow like
construction of the
shoots her in
illness
the head with
experience,
like
and the social
Black Widow like shoots her like near the head with like her pistols.
No, it's
and
literally
then
that scene in Winter Soldier where Black Widow
Yeah.
shoots Winter Soldier in the face.
It's literally that, and then just like a little crack on her glass, she just takes it off. Starts, it
She's
just
like,
becomes a gun.
she kind of reminds me of like a combination of what's her name, Melissa McCarthy, combined with what's her name, that got skinny recently. Oh,
Do we need someone to like Photoshop this picture, but like just like lasers coming out of her glasses? They're just like
no, just
laser
Photoshop
beams.
this picture. We can get Borgie to do it later, where we just turn this person into Mr. Freeze. Just turn this blue right here. Just put the tank over the
Make her
head.
blue. She has like really white. She make her hair really
My
white.
heart
And all
is
that, like,
cold.
my heart is cold, and my body is obese. Feel bad for me.
No, she doesn't feel bad. She's happy about this.
I'm happy I'm Mr. Freeze. I'm happy I can't go out to the sun anymore.
construction of medical knowledge. Many medical sociologists contend that illness has both a biological and an experimental component.
Mental, not mental, but okay.
But what does that mean? If it's just a social construct, who cares, right?
And that these components exist
Like, why are you even trying to prove the point if it's all just a social construct anyway?
Can you just prove it's a social construct instead of proving
independently
That everything else but what we're talking about is a social construct?
of each other. Our culture,
I don't even get like
not our
how
biology,
insecure fat people can like, you know, enjoy this video. I don't get it. It's like, how is this gonna make them feel good? It's just make them go, I don't understand.
I
This is
understand that my
boring."
situation is hopeless and that it's not my fault. It's like,
Yeah, it's so stupid.
and there's nothing I can do to make it better. I get it now. I understand.
dictates which illnesses are stigmatized and which are not, which are considered disabilities and which
I think this is the clip that I saw that introduced me to this. Is
are
right
not, and which are deemed contestable, meaning some medical professionals may find the existence of this ailment questionable, opposed to definitive illnesses that are unquestionably recognized in the
here. Okay, see, I'm gonna be honest. You can read stuff in a video, it's fine. Dr. Jordan Peterson does this. But usually when he's reading stuff, it's like the thing he wrote. So still to you, it's like a new piece of content. It might as well just be like a video essay. It's like she's just been reading other people's stuff for the last 25 minutes, and I've
Wait, her links. I'm gonna check it right now. Actually, does she actually at least link these people?
I don't
The
know.
medical profession.
Because that could be kind of
Conrad and
check.
Barker 2010. For instance,
Oh, yeah, she does. What
sociologist
is health, government
Irving
of Canada?
Goffman,
I mean, at least she does that. I'll
1963,
give her
described
credit
how
for that.
social stigmas hinder individuals from
Okay.
fully integrating into society. In essence,
So this is the
Goffman
government of
suggests we might
Canada.
view
Oh yeah, this is your
first one.
peeps.
Ah, jeez.
These are your people, man.
What is social construct? Common examples explained. What site is this? Your dictionary? Never heard of this place. Okay.
Yeah,
What's
this
the
is
social
dude. Are you telling me
example?
that she went to like a really random, obscure like dictionary, just to like?
Social construct of health. What's this?
Why not just use the same Merriam-Webster dictionary? Detriments of health Instagram post. Wait, we're going by. Is she linking like her own?
Yeah.
This is her own study.
Oh, some of it's like Instagram.
Yeah, but
First
this is to
Nations
her page. Look, Fierce Fatty.
First Nations perspective on health and wellness. Why?
Dude,
First
this woman
Nations.
has 42,000 followers on Instagram.
Wouldn't I? Oh, that's horrible. Wouldn't I care more just about like how, you know, like full-on science, current science has to say, not First Nations? Why would I care about that? I would care about like full studies. These aren't. None of these are studies, too. These are just.
These are
Explanations.
dictionary. Yeah, she's done nothing to actually prove her point other than to, in fact, make it clear that yes, people have points and their points often
notes.
contradict each other, and they think other things other
She has
than
a
other people.
website. She has a website. I think it's called fiercefatty.com.
Oh my lord.
Fiercefatty.com? Dude, how many episodes does she have? How many podcasts?
Oh, by the way, she's got her
132.
subscribers and her like and dislikes like turned off. And for someone with 42,000 like followers, 89
361
views, 179 views, 189 views, 96 views.
Wow.
Like this is doing worse than like look, if you go, let's go to, not to brag, but let's go to my channel real quick. And just go to like the live stream that I did last week. It's at 110. And hers is from a month ago. It's like all I did was cover ghost videos, and it was the first stream I'd done in a while.
Yes, but ghost videos are actually cool. This is boring. Oh no, a spooky monster.
Even the fat people who agree with this movement.
Look out, guys, scary this. Paragon's coming out of the closet to eat some more SpaghettiOs. Oh no.
Wait, what's happening?
Sorry, what?
What happened?
Oh, I said, oh no, look out, is Paragon coming out of the closet to eat some SpaghettiOs? Ghost, look out!
Ghost.
It's a spooky monster.
Fierce Fatty. Hidden ways fat phobia lurks in people's lives. Stories from weight loss surgery payment. Okay.
God, these videos.
Funny ways I
can't believe
used
I'm
to
saying this.
try and
Videos too long.
disguise fatness. Like, I do agree to a certain extent you need to embrace yourself, right? You actually need to love yourself. You don't change because you hate yourself. You change because you hate what you've done to yourself. You basically, you're changing because you love you. You love you enough to change you. That's like the idea. Hypnosis for weight loss? So because there's dumb ways to lose weight and there's a lot of frauds in the working out and weight loss community, which there is admittedly, there's a ton, right?
There's way too many.
Yeah, I tried some of these and they're just terrible. You know, like some of these like really popular workouts. These will get you fit and they're just like these really easy like
These will get you abs in 2 weeks.
Yeah. It's like, no, it doesn't. Well, I don't mean it actually will get you abs in 2 weeks. It's like, then don't say it will. Dude, barely any of these have gotten over 200 views. And some of these are like in the 16, 53, 95, 33, 38, 46.
Hang on, we're sort by classic strategy. Look at the oldest and check it out. Hang on a second. Dude, I think she's less overweight in her older videos, but I could be wrong.
It looks it. Or at the very least, the same. How I deal with trolls. How to
Always so
teach
scared.
kids body
doesn't look that
acceptance.
bad. She looks like worse in the newer ones. Because I want to.
Listen,
Like,
okay?
try and compare and contrast.
You
Oh
do
my
not need
God.
to be teaching kids. You can teach kids to accept themselves, but do not teach them to accept the defect that they have. And that's not to be mean. If a kid is
Hey,
addicted to like pornography, yeah, he needs to embrace that and understand that he has a problem. But at the same time,
Embrace the word. Embrace the word.
yeah, at the same time, he doesn't need to embrace the addiction and like be proud of it. He needs to like fix it. It's a
Accept-
problem.
Be happy that you're.
Of course, then again,
overweight.
people like this probably don't actually agree with that either.
Man, these people.
What about if you need to lose weight? Oh, here you go. This would be an interesting one. What, like, she's talking to like a doctor or something like that. She has a video called "Death to Diets." If you think about it, the message of this video and the message of this channel is don't bother showing
Why
any form of
intuitive
discipline.
eating isn't working for you? Why does it take? Wait, sorry. What does it take to love your fat body? 5 reasons why you hate your fat body. Number 1, it makes you look really disgusting, unattractive, unappealing to most people. You're miserable, just inherently, from your bad health.
But the message is literally like embrace your demonic vices, those things that you know aren't necessarily good for you. You should just embrace them. Just do them anyway because who cares? It's all a social construct. It's like no. You can't solve it anyway. You can't actually fix the problem. So you just accept that you're just fat. You just accept that you're an alcoholic because you can't stop drinking.
This is basically give up the YouTube channel.
Give up. Yeah. It was too hard for me. It'll be too hard for you. That's what it is. It's like, yeah. And I showed on screen. I'm just like, okay, look, this is me. Yeah, I think it even says, this is me, like June 21st, 2021. Big old boy, big old bubbly boy, and then you just come down all the way here, and it's like, this is me a couple weeks ago. There I am. Oh yeah, it's impossible. It can't be done. It's like, no, I refuse to believe that. I used to think that. I thought I straight up like got really emotional about it because it's like, am I just gonna stay fat? What would skinny me even look like? Like, I've been fat for so long, I can't even fathom the idea of a not fat me, right? That was what I was thinking in my head. But like stuff like this is like nihilism. This is poisonous. This is actually poisonous to people. You can change your life. Absolutely, you can change your life around.
Yeah.
I think you need to. I do agree that you probably need to, like, try to fix your mental health first and come to terms and you know whatever else that you need to do. You know, go to God, stuff like that.
Why fat is not a bad word. I'm happy it's not a bad word. It means I can say it as much as I want.
What?
Fat.
Oh my God.
One of our videos is why is fat not a bad word? It's like,
Why is
thank
fat
goodness.
not a bad word? Wait. Oh,
I
fat.
can go to
She's
school
saying
and call you
fat isn't a
fat.
bad word. Okay,
Yeah.
well, so bedridden is a word that she doesn't like, but she's okay with fat. That's interesting. Did you see that? Bedridden. I don't like that word. It's like, okay.
Oh yeah, I thought she said I'm not sure of that word or something. I must
No.
misheard, I guess.
She literally said, I don't like this word. Bedridden.
Oh my god, I gotta tell you. So before I joined, you know, I was listening to the stream. What I was literally doing in the time was first I was like brushing my teeth while listening to it,
Yeah.
and legitimately I looked at her once and I went, okay, 30 push-ups, let's go. And I unaraku's do push-ups. while listening
Dude,
to
what
them.
you just said is literally like literally a meme that I watched like before we did this, where it just talks about the positive. It was another body positivity, except it was a guy. It says, listen, it pumps the estrogen into your blood more, which is good for a man. And he goes, and the guy just reacted to it, just goes, no! All right, everybody, 10 push-ups right now. 1, 2. He just starts doing 10 push-ups while reacting to this video.
Yeah, I did like, well, it was like 25 push-ups and I did like 10 sit-ups. Unironically.
It's still a little
When I,
hard
like,
for me to do push-ups. I ain't done enough of them. I actually need to. That's one of the things I need to get better at. But
How many push-ups can you do?
I can do like 1 to 2. Because like I said,
Really?
I
You
don't.
can't make it to 10?
I can't do I don't. I'm not saying I can't because I don't think that's true.
Probably can. You
I
can.
just don't. I haven't been putting priority on doing push-ups because you know in order to build that particular like muscle group, you actually need to do more push-ups. Same thing with pull-ups. Well, the way to get better at pull-ups is to do pull-ups, even if you need assistance.
I know a lot of young kids that can do like 10 push-ups. I think you could probably do it.
Yeah. Well, say
least-
what I've been focusing on is just weight training and like doing shrugs and curls and stuff like that. That's mostly what I've been doing.
I've just been doing things to increase endurance, like long runs, push-ups.
Yeah,
sit-ups.
I've been running, trying to push it longer and longer and longer. At the beginning of the year, when I would run, I would get like out of breath and not even make it out of my yard. And now I can go almost a mile. So, yeah, I like running. I've forced myself to like it, kind of thing. I don't know if force is the right word, but I think you get the point. But as far as push-ups goes, I just haven't practiced them enough to get good at them. I think the last time I did a good push-up was when we were at that camp and the 4 camp leaders tried the 4-man push-up where you put your feet on another dude's back and all of you try to push up each other at once. Yeah.
That sounds weird.
That was painful.
View illness as a stigma
annoying.
that can push others to view the ill in an undesirable manner. The stigmatization of illness often...
Okay, I don't think it was just people decided to be grossed out by that. I think it's just because there was some sort of natural repulsion to that made them react that way.
I think people react negatively to being overweight because it is a negative trait that people would have all the way back to like the very, very base nature of like who we are.
Mm-hmm.
Like all the way back when we had to survive in like the forests or whatever.
If you're fat,
like,
that usually means you don't get a lot of movement and you're not really doing much. You're taking all of the food that the rest of the village is not getting.
No woman would want a fat person because they can't get them food.
Yeah.
So it's like it becomes an unattractive trait.
Yeah. Well, if you're fit, that is an aspect of you that you had to work for. It is not something that just appeared one day. And I think that's why people are able to say this so fluently and flippantly now, is just because, well, we don't have to do things like that anymore, so it's okay to be fat and indulge. It's like, not necessarily.
Well, no, we should still accept who we like are, like inherently. We're still animals. We still have these things. It doesn't mean we do things that we can consider as moral, but like things that like keep us healthy and happier. It's like we should keep those. There's still good things about our natural instincts, of course.
Mm-hmm.
You can't just go, oh, it's all bad because you're a dumb animal. It's like, no, all of us have it. Do you eat stuff? Yeah, it's an instinct.
Has the greatest effect on the patient and the kind of care they receive. Many contend that our society and even our healthcare institutions discriminate against certain diseases like mental disorders, AIDS, venereal diseases,
what?
and
Our healthcare providers? Is that what she said?
I think she said society in general discriminates against these.
Because is she like talking about like doctors or whatever? Because that's not discrimination to tell you what.
Well, that's the thing. Discrimination. It's like, well, that's a broad term, isn't it? What does it mean? Because everyone to some degree has to discriminate just a little bit. Do I eat the cupcake or the carrot? There you go. You just discriminated. You discriminated against the cupcake or the carrot.
Meaning, I just want to be okay. The
disorder.
the unjust or prejudicial treatment of prejudicial treatment of different categories of people or things, especially on the grounds of race, age, or sex. So it's the unjust or prejudicial treatment. But doctors don't prejudge you. That's like their job is to not do that. They have to.
Their job is to diagnose you based on the symptoms that you were in fact trying. I'm not saying they're perfect.
They're not saying that you're unhealthy because you look fat. It's because you are fat. You look big. You're gonna die.
All I'm saying is that by societal standards, you're big. Be like Madagascar 2. Good gosh.
Listen, the government paid me to tell you that you're fat and you're ugly and you should stop being happy. Goodbye. He just kicks you out.
Society told me to say this. Society, particularly created by those evil capitalistic white men. Okay, they told me to say this specifically to you and people like you.
I think don't think you say VD.
We
anymore.
Americans don't like fat people, even though we have the most of them.
Even though there's more of them around here.
And that's from Sartorius 2007. Facilities for these diseases may be subpar, they may be segregated from other healthcare areas, or relegated to a poorer environment. The stigma may keep people from seeking help for their illnesses, making
God, that
it worse.
shirt
Are you
looks
talking
so
about-
glowy.
Are you talking about, like, isolation? Quarantining? Is that what you're talking about? I don't... Dude, what does this have to do with health being a social construct and it being okay to be fat? It's like the whole point of your channel, and I still don't understand.
Worse needs to be. So,
I like how she can clearly
so
do
if you
the
wanna
effort to
learn-
brush her teeth because they're not yellow, but she can't do the effort to, like, just after I'm done brushing. Maybe I should do 10 push-ups. Just maybe 10. Just something. No, let's make a 1-hour video where I read off things.
Take a longer walk than normal.
Uh-huh.
Put weights in a backpack and throw them over your shoulders. That's what I did. When it got too
I wanna
easy
do
to
that
walk
now.
and I
That
was
sounds
able to get...
awesome.
When I was, like, getting, like, down the street really easy, I'm like, okay, well, this is clearly not hard
I'm getting
anymore.
my back.
So I started putting weights in the
I've never
backpack.
heard of that. But I feel like, I
yeah.
want to do that. That's
My-
awesome. I
My,
wanna
my
do that.
shoulders got, like, gigantic after that. Now I can do, like, 150-pound, like, shrugs plus. I don't know what my actual weight limit is. I'm just trying to slowly build up there because I do a lot of hard labor anyway. But it's like, yeah, just do more. Just do more than you normally do. I think people overthink, like, what exercising really is.
It's not that hard. Yeah.
You're not supposed to start off with a 3-hour workout and then keep to it every day. You're gonna burn up. You're not gonna keep consistent to it. You start off with walking.
Just do it in your. Honestly, just do it in your own pace. Do what you're happy with.
Just try to put. If you just get 1% better every day, you're gonna see results. It's just gonna be a compound effect. It's just gonna pay off.
Yeah, not every day. Not every day. I'm like, oh, I want to break my sprinting record. No, some days I'm just be like, okay, I'm not feeling it. I'm just gonna.
But I'm
do
still
my
gonna
normal
do it
stuff.
just to keep the habit up, because I think that's what like James Clear said in Atomic Habits, and ever since he's like, I was like, yeah, I think that's actually a good idea. If you don't feel like doing the full-blown workout, just do something. Don't if all you can do is jumping jacks today, just do the jumping jacks so at least it hasn't been 3 months since your last workout. You know?
Yeah, exactly.
Just keep up some sort of momentum, even if it's just a little
Makes
bit
you
of
feel
momentum.
a little bit better.
Mm-hmm. I think it's actually a lot simpler than people think it is. People think it's really hard. I used to think it was really hard and that it was impossible for me, and I try to find these like get thin quick schemes. Most of them, pretty much all of them, are frauds. If it was worth having, you should have to work for it. That's just how things.
More about like the sociological side of looking at that and how we view conditions and how doctors or healthcare professionals view conditions.
Hang
then
on, I'm actually kind of
there's
curious.
that whole
I'm gonna look this up. Okay, I want to see like who is commonly more fat, men or women. I'm kind of curious about that.
I feel like it's men.
Um,
I feel like it's actually men. It also depends on the context. Because a lot of men have a lot of like that's why they commit suicide more, is just because they have like a lot more stress and stuff going on. So I feel like that a lot of that stress and depression like turns into fat.
No, woman.
Really?
I just looked it up. Yeah,
Really?
it says,
I was
okay, women.
surprised.
For the same body mass index, women typically present with 10% higher body fat compared to men. Wait, what's this? No, wait. Is that something else? Who is
Okay,
more
that's
fat,
that's
but-
body that's body fat percentile, but then
On
again,
average, women have 6 to 11% more body fat. What? No,
Okay.
yeah. this is something
okay,
different.
but that's body fat percentage, like overall average.
That's not
Like
even-
most, like it's genuinely seen as like sexy if you have a little bit of fat in certain places, right? So if that's the case, it's like okay to be a little fat with if that's what we're going by. Like how about it's just morbid obesity, right? I don't know why I'm looking it up here.
Hang on a second.
Yeah, just look up who's more morbidly, like who tends to be more morbidly obese. I feel like that's men. I think I've actually seen like more men on like My 600 Pound Life or whatever the show's called than women. I feel like that's the case. Because I remember was it the Biggest Loser show about the big fat people trying to lose a bunch of weight? Most of the times, like, despite the fact there was quite a few women there, none of them would be as big as the men.
Sorry about that. I'm back.
The men would
I'm
be
trying to
like,
look up.
the women would be like 350 pounds most, and the men would be like 300, 400, 500-pound men up there. They would be huge.
I'm just really curious about that because, like, you know, some people think it's like a male thing to work out. So like maybe that's why it possibly, but I'm not sure.
I mean,
It's not telling
I
me.
think I kind of agree with that, right? Because a lot
Agree
of
with
times, if a woman's just dieting and stuff like that, she can tend to look better, you know, than other females. She might not necessarily be like the fitness model, but she'll look appealing to most men. But then again, most women would be dated, or most men would date most women anyway, you know? I think that's like what the statistic was. Whereas
I think it's like this
men
to the point where
typically,
it's like,
historically as well, have had to like build up their physique and build up their prowess and build up their intelligence and stuff like that. They have to build these things up to compete with the other men in the tribe to prove that they were in fact the better ones. You can go to these Stone Age tribes that were completely untouched by our understanding of morals and ethics and religion and stuff like that, like the Comanche or the Sioux, and you can see these things bleed over. Oh, I was correct because I had the better argument. It's like, no, I was correct because I have the bigger muscles and the bigger stick and more horses. You lose. You know what I'm saying? Like, that's what they understood. So it's like, I don't know. Is it safe to say that maybe that's just a part of our brain?
maybe also men are like possibly lowering their standards because the dating scene has been worse over the years.
Perhaps. I don't know.
That could be a reason why a lot more women have been getting overweight, but I don't know. I couldn't find any statistics.
I think
on this.
overall, I think overall everyone's just more depressed just because in our society, I know this sounds like Fight Club, but the guy had a point. In our current society, you know, in our current generation, like all of our parents and grandparents and stuff like that had these like great, amazing things they went through and these great social leaps that they participated in, whether it be World War I, World War II, the Cold War, the Great Depression, Civil Rights Movement, all this stuff. What do we have? We have none of that. We don't get to participate in it. We missed the Civil Rights Movement. We missed all of these things where we got to be heroic for once and missed our big, grand, overarching purpose. And now that we don't have one, we're desperately searching for one. We have to find some way to justify our existence because, like, we don't have these great epic battles to fight anymore. We're a civilized society now, so we're thirsting for something, anything to give us meaning.
One of the best quotes in Star Wars, Knights of the Old Republic, apathy is death. That's basically society nowadays.
Yeah.
Apathy is a tragedy
and boredom is a crime. But yeah, I think that's where we're at. I think that's just the reason why. And then you have people manipulating that and telling them, well, the reason why is this. The reason why is because you're a little overweight and people hate that, so you should start some sort of movement to fight for the rights of overweight people. It's like, yeah, that's like the next civil rights movement, bro. I can feel like my parents did during the civil rights movement when, you know, the blacks got to have rights and stuff like that. You know, it's like,
can a war just happen already? We're bored.
Yeah, we're bored. Like,
let's go.
It's kind of crazy. It's almost like humanity's constantly looking for a way to actually like fill themselves up with something that is bigger than them, to be part of something that is greater than they are. Almost like there's like some sort of like thing designed in it. And it's like, oh, guess what? There's a god-sized hole, and you're trying to fill it up with fat.
Yeah.
So that yeah. Just saying, just a little food for thought there. But I just can't help but notice that. I don't even know what this tangent was about. Let's go back to the video.
Whole field of study that's been going on for a very long time because
50 years isn't that long.
Health is a social construct. Because it's not just, as we're saying in this bit I just read out. It's not
anymore. Don't laugh like that.
This person
The
like
boring.
this person really does have like a huge sense of like like self-importance, you know, like an inflated sense of self-importance.
Well,
Totally
it just feels
does.
like, yeah, it feels like I'm literally just watching a teacher like make a YouTube video. Like she got bullied by her kids calling her fat.
Isn't this like kind of give you the vibes of I know what I'm saying is kind of wrong and I really can't back it up, and like I'm really stressed out about that. I'm just kind of laughing it off. It feels like it's like I know for a fact I'm not quite this paragon of intelligence that I
Yeah,
pretending
it
to be.
feels like those teachers. Unironically, it feels like those teachers that just get roasted by their students and proven wrong by them.
Roasted by their student.
Yeah,
Listen, comic
whatever.
legend. I don't know if I can relate. I think that just says more about you than it does anybody else in this whole scenario. It's like, listen, I'm just
Listen, I
saying,
had a-
if she was my teacher, I would have made fun of her. Okay, that's all I'm saying.
But listen, I had a great years in my school. I really liked it, especially just making fun of teachers. That was a great part of my life.
Not
But yeah,
just
what we were
this
talking about?
definable thing.
Just say
it's
what you
this
wanna
thi-
say already. It's been 26
something
minutes.
that
27 now.
changes depending on how society and individuals who adhere to the social constructs in society interact with health and what they
God.
think health is, and different types of illness and conditions, etc.
She looks like
Listen, she should be healthy
like
with all
one of
this
the
word salad that she's been eating.
she literally looks like one of the one of the most politically correct, like cleanest person of all time. Like she's just not real.
She looks like
It's
she looks like the kind of
I-
person that would look at you and say, "Listen, I am a thrill to hang out with. People love hanging out with me. You know what I mean?
Dude.
Hasn't quite
Dude,
humbled
she-
themselves to
like-
the point where they realize, oh yeah, I'm actually not quite as important as I'm making myself out to be," which is that one little thing that everyone has to realize. It's like, people really don't care that much about my problems, and I should probably just focus on being a good person. It's just
dude,
like,
she looks like as a kid she like never went to like a playground in her entire life. So she just became the most pumped up, boring person ever.
I
This
mean,
terrible
that-
shirt.
that's
shirt.
I think that's the reason why there's so many of them, is just because like of the rise of like social media and stuff like that, and less incentive to go outside and see what's out there, so people don't have that human interaction that we used to have, which is why so much of this is popping up. It's like, I don't need to go outside. I don't need that human interaction that makes, that's like quintessential to human development. I don't need that.
So I like to think about this concept and the construct of health in regards to health as a destination and health as a status and its influences. And so what I'm talking about when I say health as a destination, thinking about how society views health as something that you can arrive at. Like it's the
Yes,
terminus station.
you can.
And that if
Anyone
you
can
do
arrive at it. I don't think
do-
there's. Well, maybe if there was, it would be such a like an anomaly. Most people.
Here's the
can
thing, though. Most people
document.
understand what being healthy is. Like, there are people that are above and beyond the, like, human, like, the normal human condition, right? You got your Chris Bumsteads, you got your Brian Shaws, you got your Usain Bolts. But even they agree that being lean and not overly fat to the point where it's killing you, which is possible, by the way, is healthy. They are
Yeah.
just an extraordinary amount of healthy. Just because there's different levels of healthy does not mean that we do not that we do not have a foundational principle of what it means to be physically healthy.
certain
Yeah, we
things
do. We
and
just
you're
flat
going
out
to
do.
arrive,
We
just
do.
hop on the health
You just
train
prove that we
and we're
don't.
going to get
We have some evidence, something, an argument.
I mean, yeah, there's societies all across the world that, being thin, fast, and chasing down the animal to kill it, going out to battle to take the other tribe's stuff. Like those people were not gigantic 500-pound land whales. It's like, what about sumo wrestlers? It's like, yeah, that very niche group of people that is like completely different context, by the way. I don't think sumo wrestlers were necessarily going out in battle. I think they were just sumo wrestling. Also,
They
sumo
don't-
wrestlers,
I don't think a sumo
I
wrestler
would
on
actually
it.
be interested if people
War
want to
stuff.
use sumo wrestlers, but they think they're gods down there. They're fat. It's like, yeah, but sumo wrestlers aren't just fat. they're also like incredibly strong. Like they clearly don't just eat and sit there and waste space. They are athletes that build their body up in a particular way. Strong men also tend to eat a lot of calories and tend to be bigger, fatter guys, but they're also incredibly strong. It's not the same. It's not the same as wasting your life away and not exercising because, dude, there's so much better things to do in life than exercise. Freaking H3H3. You know?
Did he actually say that?
No, yeah, he said that. People have been making fun of him lately because he's bigger than he's ever been. He's huge now. He's not huge. He's like 300 pounds. He's like a good 300.
Is it like a current video or something? I just want to check it out.
It's like one of his most recent ones, yeah. You want to check it out like on stream, or you just want to go look at it?
I'm just gonna go look at it. Just check out his podcast, right?
Yeah, just look up "Life's Too Short to Exercise" H3H3. People have been the grind, and he's been making fun of the people calling him out for it. He's like, work out, spend 5 hours a day at the gym, go hit the gym. He's like making fun of those people.
Hey, I'm gonna link you the video. We can like play it quickly. It's actually it's probably gonna be hilarious.
Yeah, I didn't know you'd never seen this before.
Oh my god. Life is too short to exercise.
Life is too short to exercise. It's like,
else
yes,
would you do
that's
with
why
your
we
life?
exercise, precisely to make life longer. We're not saying you have to look like, you know...
Ethan's take on exercise. What a title.
There's a lot of people who have been making fun of him about this. Here, should we open up another room?
No, just type down the number that... Okay, so...
I'll just paste it here.
28... Like... 08. There we go.
Life's too short to exercise. I'm just gonna be honest. So many better things to do than exercise.
God.
We have finite time on this earth.
We have like years. What are you talking about? We have so much time in this earth.
This is like a huge cope. I
fairly
would
long
actually,
life-
I would actually have to ask him, like, okay, so what are you doing in your free time right now? Like, there's no way that you're doing this H3H3 stuff 24 hours a day, right? You got to have some sort of free time where you could be exercising. You can't do you can't go for a walk. You can't go for a jog. You can't get on the treadmill for 15 minutes. Just 15 minutes a day. And then maybe crank it up to 20, or at least make the treadmill more difficult by going uphill or whatever. Yada 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 yada. You can't do that.
Just trying to act time is so short when it's like, dude, we have like 70, 80, 90 years and stuff to live. It's like, that's a lot of time.
Mm-hmm. Like
long.
Absolutely exercise. I know it doesn't seem like it's doing anything at first. You just gotta keep on keeping on, and eventually you'll lose 85 pounds. Eventually,
Yeah, exactly.
it'll happen. But
you
this
just
is
give
a coping mechanism. I tried exercising, it didn't do anything for me, and now I'm gonna blame everyone else for it. I'm gonna say exercising sucks. It clearly wasn't my fault that I didn't stick with it, or I just didn't do it correctly. It's just exercising sucks.
Like, this is what I'm.
I can't believe H3 is saying this. Dude, how far this guy's fallen.
Dude, yeah, that's what I'm saying, man. He has become like the most bitter, unwatchable person on YouTube. Like, it's actually really sad to see how bitter and hateful this person has become, to the point where it's like, I can't sit here and watch you do this to yourself, kind of thing.
Like, this is what I'm saying. The exercise is such a conspiracy. They go, let's say you spend an hour on a treadmill every day.
Money, Ethan.
It's not a conspiracy.
Let me explain why it's a conspiracy. You spend an hour on...
Meanwhile, his wife is having to pretend that, like, she's not that uncomfortable by the prospect of, what do you mean I have to do stuff? I want to be lazy.
Didn't his like wife unironically like fight in a war? She probably had to exercise unironically.
No, I don't think she fought in a war, but she was, because she is an Israeli citizen, she did have to join the Israeli army, yes.
Yeah, that requires exercise, doesn't it?
Yes,
Okay.
PT, physical training.
You need
on a
something.
treadmill
You can't just
every day.
decline.
Yeah.
I think
Somebody
they would
get out
let
of-
Ethan Klein get out of my sight if you try to join the military.
Calculator.
It's like,
Okay,
hey,
let's say
yo,
you
I
live
like
to
to
be
fight, vape nation.
85,
Okay, 85 years old.
and you're exercising every day since 15 years old.
So, 70 years of exercise.
70 years. So 70 times 360
I can't stand his, like,
Yeah,
little-
no wonder why he's 80 years old.
Yeah, that's why he's 85.
and an hour every.
Dude, I've been seeing videos where people who are, like, disabled and old, like 85 years old, they're still on the elliptical, they're still curling and stuff like that, and they're still doing pull-ups, and they're like 85, 86, 87, 88, 89, 90, up to 111. It's like, dude, you have no excuse.
Every day. How many hours?
25,500.
Divided by 24.
1,064 days.
Divided by 365.
It's 14 pages.
What are we doing?
It's just a little under 3 years. Under
3 fucking years of your life walking a treadmill.
Yeah, but
On page 14.
here's the thing: will that exercise extend your life more than 3 years?
No.
If there,
Yes.
Yes.
Dude, 3 years doesn't even sound that bad because it's like, dude, it's like he's acting like you're just gonna be on the treadmill for 3 years and nothing else. It's like,
No, that's not
No, you
how it
can
works.
do this.
That's the thing. You might think that at first, but no, it's actually very simple. You'd be surprised how fast that time goes away. And is it possible, Ethan Klein, that maybe you're doing something right now in your life that you're actually spending that much time on that probably isn't that healthy, that you could easily just cut away, you probably wouldn't even miss it that much once you cut it out? Like an hour every day, you're probably doing something that's bad for you, right? You could just replace it with this. Oh, I spend like an hour on my phone a day. I guarantee you that he spends more than, like, he's going to end up spending like 3 to 5 years in total of his life on his phone. As would most people. Okay, so cut some of that time out and get on the treadmill.
yeah, I've been trying to get off Discord more and more to like. Go
Yeah,
running
that's my
and
problem,
stuff.
man. I like talking to people on Discord. I gotta watch myself.
Yeah, it's really fun, but
Mm-hmm.
I'm getting more used to getting off it. Like I only got addicted to it because of COVID, so.
Yeah,
Oh,
that's
God.
what happened to a lot of us. A lot of us just kind of got addicted to video games and social media because it's like, well, what else do you want me to do, you know? But, you know, it's like one of those things. It's like, okay, so maybe there is something, because you got 24 hours a day. I know you're not doing this 24 hours a day. I know you're not on the H3 podcast 24 hours a day. You're doing something else. So replace that really bad habit with something healthier. But, by the way, you've got a kid now. Is this the example that you want your kid to, like, see?
Hey, son, don't exercise.
Don't
Be
exercise.
like
It's a
me.
waste of time.
Be like me, wear a beanie and sit on hours of podcasting doing basically nothing.
Yeah, that's, like, terrible. That is a terrible mentality.
I'm actually kind of curious what the comments say. I'm going to read the comments.
Yeah, read the comments.
Let me see. There's so many better things to do than exercise. Sits for an hour talking about BS every day.
Yeah, exactly. It's like, you could be doing something. You could even make a
Okay, so-
game out of it if you wanted to, H3.
Oh, listen to this one. This guy is so open about his stupidity. It's actually kind of brave.
I like that. I actually like that a lot.
You can actually pinpoint the moment frame by frame where Gila thinks her husband is an idiot.
She literally has to say it's not a conspiracy.
Imagine being the Spada. After watching this, I immediately went for a run. Thank you, Ethan. The whole point of being fit isn't to make you live longer, it's to make you happier. Yeah, exactly.
It is not only that, it's also to make the current life you're living better and healthier for you.
I bet he hates working out because his wife's boyfriend works out.
Oh, that's cold. That's cold. I love
This has
it,
become a
but it's cold.
motivation for me to go and exercise. He'd rather spend 10 years of playing video games than 3 years of running.
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. So, dude, if you're playing like way too many video games, you're playing like 3 hours a day, like that adds up too, right? That ends up being 3 to 5 years of your life gone. Which one would you rather waste it on? Getting healthier, getting fitter, and like smashing these physical goals? Or sitting? I know which one I want.
Listen, I just want to eat hot dogs, play video games, and
I just want to
complain
eat hot
about
dogs. That's my life
my
now.
issues in my H3 podcast while I wear a beanie.
While I wear a beanie. That's the plan. That's the thing though. Like that's the decision I had to make in my life. Like I said, you gotta sacrifice things for this. If you want a good thing, you gotta sacrifice for it sometimes. You know, it's like, oh, well, you want to read more books? Well, is it you can't read books during your current schedule? Probably. Is it possible that you could be doing something right now that you could be cutting out that you could be doing that would give you more time to read?
imagine, we just noticed Ethan just hasn't been like active, like he hasn't been showing his face or anything for a while on the internet, and then just one day he just challenges to keep started boxing, and he just like comes in there like ripped. It's the funniest thing ever. I want to see that now.
Yeah. Actually, I
He
want
just
to
becomes
see
like a cat deep. It's just like,
it's just like your typical WWE entrance. I hear voices in my head. They talk to me. They understand. It's like, this is really like he just comes in. It's just the same H3 with the same face and like the afro and the beanie, except he's just got like this impressive sweaty like 6-pack, bro. I want this for you, Ethan. I want it for you, for your health and your success.
It's unironically just like a a boxing ring. He's coming in. Keemstar's just awkwardly waiting there with like his stupid G Fuel hat or whatever, and then you just see like Ethan's entrance and just a bunch of vape smoke, and he just has a vape. He's like, Vape Nation! He's like all strong and stuff.
It's like a bass drop.
So good.
No, he hits his vape and just becomes jacked.
It's like he's like Bane, but with like vape instead
I
of
hear
venom.
voices in my head. I want to see it, dude. I loved after Ethan Klein, chickened out of the debate with Steven Crowder, and Keemstar said, "Dude, I finally got Ethan to agree to box me," and it just shows like this really professional looking boxing poster with Keemstar, and it shows Mike Tyson with Ethan Klein hiding behind him. I'm like,
that's so funny.
It's just, Ethan, we want this for you. This is for your health because it genuinely makes you better. It makes you a better person. It shows that you're actually willing to work for things and not just sit around and waste life away, okay? It's good.
Dude, I bet Keemstar exercises.
I mean, have you seen Keemstar? Do you think, dude, Keemstar's not like a small, little, wimpy looking dude.
Yeah, he looks like he can kick a lot of people's asses, honestly.
I mean, yeah, I think he's literally got in fights, like there's actually videos of him fighting
exercising and eating the, quote, right
Dude,
food.
Tommy C asked him one time, he's like, how many fights you been in? Because Ethan Klein agreed to fight him as a joke one time, and he's like, yes! I get to legally punch Ethan Klein in the face. And he's like, and then as the video's going on, you can hear like, where he's like shadow boxing in the background. Yeah! Get to punch Ethan Klein. Because here's the thing. You can hate Keemstar all you want. You can't admit. You can't deny the guy's entertaining.
He's so entertaining. Walked in
then
the
you're
woods,
going to get to that
found
destination.
a dead dollar.
Dude, I just love his reactions to things. Sometimes you gotta admit, he's spot on.
I'm still getting hate.
Yeah, he's still 100% spot on. Like the part when Deshi and what was it?
No.
It's been a while since I've been in internet drama, but it was what's his name? KSI and his brother were fighting on Christmas. It was like a big Twitter beef. He's like, "Why are you fighting? Look, what are you guys doing?" And then he just shows what he's doing. He says, "Look, I'm eating green beans and turkey. What are you doing?" It's like you didn't need any further elaboration. You understood what he meant. Go to your family and quit fighting on Twitter.
Oh, that's base.
I loved it. It was great.
Health is what largely we believe in society.
Largely, was that a pun?
And what kind of the everyday person believes.
Largely,
and it boils
like
down to it boils health down to a very simple and limited equation or definition.
Maybe some things should be limited. Maybe something should be just very simple and limited. That's like a problem I have with a lot of people. They're just like, no, it's more complicated than this. It's like, no, it's not. Exercise and get healthy.
What was it?
Not hard.
Occam's razor, the simplest explanation is probably the correct one.
Yes. You don't need to like go, oh, but what about the little intricacies? It's like, no, this is just how it works. They explained it right here.
Yeah, but what about this one exception? Well, yes, that doesn't disprove the rule. It just enforces the fact that the rule is a thing. There's just an exception now.
You get your luggage. You got your luggage, which is eating
too
right,
much luggage.
exercising right, and being thin. Now we can jump on the train, and the train is going to get us to the destination of health.
Yes.
So that's a construct. in regards
How?
to that.
No. Here's the thing. Just because it is a construct doesn't mean you throw it away. Like I'm saying, there are things that people did, that people observed, that people were doing, and went, huh, that's interesting. And then they gave it a name. And they observed it, and they constructed something around it. Society constructed something around it. That doesn't mean that all of a sudden exercise does not factually get you healthier. It just means that what we understand of it is a social construct. It doesn't change the reality of the thing.
A construct. It's like, I don't care, I still need money.
Yeah, I still need to buy stuff. Water is a social construct. In Mexico, it's called agua. It's like, either way, I still need it to survive.
Water's a construct. I don't care, I'm thirsty.
Is
and I don't want to drink soda all day.
Many of us
Water's
in
a construct,
society have decided is the reality of what health is.
I think she's got like a ring light or something.
Literally just she has like a Green Lantern ring light.
And yes, there's some nuances.
Just in case like anyone tries to attack her, she knows she's not physically fit because she's like overweight and fat. So she just uses the power of the Green Lanterns. I have willpower because I accept I'm fat.
Her construct, yeah. Social construct, yeah. She has to do constructs because she's the Green Lantern. Yeah, that makes sense. I think there's a lot going on with this theory.
I don't make social constructs. I make real constructs.
I make real constructs.
She's just the new Green Lantern of like Earth.
In there, like I'm boiling it down 12? To the very simplest ideas, but people were like, oh yeah, you do need to also get a good night's sleep and drink water, and all of those types of things.
Yes, all of those things are
maybe you should do some yoga as well. We want to be holistic about it. But then we can jump on that train, and maybe the train might hit some leaves on the ground, like happens in the UK. Leaves on the track, and it needs to maybe there's a little stop or a delay, but. Basically, we've got the luggage, the inputs are there, therefore we know that health is going to be the outcome. And
I'm actually kind of curious about something.
That's just not the reality, right?
Channels. Yeah, she's one of those.
She just appealed to reality. That's not the reality, right? That if you do all these things, if you get a good night's sleep, if you drink lots of water, if you do yoga or exercise, you are not, in fact, on the way to health. She just said that. That is not reflective of reality.
Yeah, it's like, well,
no.
It's like, how can you just say that?
Verifiably is. It's a year of doing that got me here. Verifiably is what that does.
Listen, everything that Tyler 1 has done, it doesn't matter. Let's just ignore that he's buff as hell.
Yeah. It's so weird that she just appealed to reality right here. It's like, no.
Listen, Tyler 1 may be insane, but at least he's healthy. Okay?
But at least he's healthy. Maybe not mentally healthy, but he's healthy. Wearing headphones all day has like weighed into his brain. You've seen the dent in his skull, right?
Yes.
That's not the reality. So when we think about health as a destination, it's something that you can input stuff, you're going to arrive at. There might be a little bit of things that might pop up from time to time that is out of your control, but you've done the quote right things, therefore you're going to get to the destination.
Yes.
You're at the destination.
That's like
you're going to stay at the
only thing that's like good and consistent about life is just eventually you'll get to a damn destination. Keep doing it.
So
if you keep following a path.
This concept and the construct of this is it
but
says
at least there's some form of like track you can take. Better than just going, oh, there's nothing, we can't go anywhere, and just sit there and do nothing.
It's too hard. It's too hard.
Like, yes, there's destinations if you get smarter and figure out how to like get rich, making corporations, starting from small businesses and push up, and knowing how to do that. It's like there's a destination. There's a destination.
But Comic Legends is too hard. Verifiably, it can't happen.
It's too hard. That means there's no destination, so I should just sit here like a couch potato and make my room white and just like legitimately give myself brain torture.
It's too hard.
She literally looks like someone who just eats rice all day.
That health or
like
lack of
salted with
health
rice.
is
Yeah,
totally
I'm
down
just
to
gonna
an
assume-
individual
Nah,
and what they do.
Dude, she's like one of those people that are like too lazy to like make like full on meals that she literally just like
no,
throws
no.
rice
This person doesn't cook. She gets
in
takeout.
cold water.
She gets takeout. No, like
Just
I'm
get-
serious. Like this doesn't seem like a type of person that cooks their own meals to me.
Where's
It just seems like a person that gets takeout.
Where's the kitchen? Yes, quote me on that. Where's the kitchen?
Quote me on that. Where's the kitchen? Where's this woman's kitchen? You can quote me on it.
What control they
Where
have.
is it?
Because why would
don't see
someone
it.
not be healthy when it's so easy? All you need to do is
Yes.
It doesn't have to be easy. It doesn't have to be
No,
easy.
no, it's not that it's easy. It's just simple. It's just not complicated. It's just
Yeah.
hard to keep up consistently. That's the
You
thing.
understand, it's not easy to do. It's hard and a little scary, but it's something that you can do.
As all
That's
good
life.
things. When you walk
Life
up, to your
have to go
crush,
to school.
right?
That's
And you ask her out. That's not easy. That's hard,
There's no
right?
path there.
But
No path there, honestly. I might as well not ask her out and
I just might as well just die alone. Just thinking of this big hole
raising
in my
children,
soul
like, having
that constantly
having
bothers
children.
me. The what if hole. It's just like what if I had? What if? No, it's just too hard.
Yeah.
It's just too difficult.
But-
This business
listen,
venture, I
listen.
could have been a millionaire if I just started, but no, I just can't. It's just too hard.
having children, making a family, it's like no, it's too hard.
It's too hard.
I might as well just.
I might as well just die alone. That's the easier one.
Yeah.
That's the easier option.
Well, let's all follow by this example too, so I don't feel bad. Let's just end the human race.
Yeah, literally. How about everyone else becomes... That's the problem with, like, a lot of these people that have this kind of mindset. It's the same thing with the eat the rich. It's the same thing with this. It's like, how about everyone else is miserable just to make me feel less miserable? It's like, that. What a horrible way to live. Who wants to live like that? Who actually goes out and goes, that's what I want to do. I want to be miserable. And then I want people to validate my misery.
That's the thing. There's more fun ways to make people miserable. Like roasting them.
You can at least
something
find
else.
a fun way to do it.
At least
Vinny.
find a way that like requires effort.
Yeah. What's
No,
her name?
I'm
Is her
just
name
gonna
Vinny?
sit here
Victoria.
and
My
play
bad. I didn't mean to call you Vinny. Victoria. There's funner ways to make people miserable. You could at least do one of those. No.
Just go out and bully people. You know.
It took her 30 minutes to
there's-
actually get to like the meat and potatoes of the actual fat part. You know, her whole
No, the meat and
brand.
potatoes are already gone. The meat and potatoes are already gone, bro. They've been gone ever since we saw her. What are you talking about?
Oh no. All right, so listen.
Dude,
listen.
All that's left is the Brussels sprouts.
Listen, okay, this person seems just kind of. I don't know if this person is misguided or they know what they're saying is wrong, right? I don't like to put like bad intent. You know, I know we kind of joke around here a little bit. Maybe we're going a little too far, right? But listen, you cannot. Oh, her name is Vinny. Whatever. You cannot. Okay.
Vinny. Sounds like a gangster name.
Hey, Vinny, me and my boss. All right, I'm not gonna.
Exactly. That's exactly what I was envisioning. That was perfect.
So, I don't know, but you can't be telling things like this, and you can't be giving people these messages of hopelessness, and telling them that their solution to their problem is by giving in to those vices and stuff like that people should be controlling. That's not the answer. You can't be telling people this. It's poisonous. This is a poisonous message. You know that hatred you feel because of whatever oppression that you faced, you know, as a black person? You should just know that there's no hope for you, and that the only way you can do that is just to get even, get revenge. There's no hope.
There's no path. There's no path.
This
Why,
is
like,
it.
Why are you guys?
Misery.
Why are you guys like rebelling? There's no path. There's no such thing as path. It's not so-called easy.
Mm-hmm. That's the thing. It's the same mindset. It's just be miserable. It's like, no, I don't want to do that. I don't want to be miserable.
If it's not easy, that means there's no path. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
It's
If it's not the easy way, just don't take it. It just makes me wonder how much social media has actually been involved with like programming people to think this, right? Because it does look so easy in these like 3-minute videos that constantly dumps serotonin into our brain and makes us feel good. After as we swipe through the next
it's
one.
so easy to like just do anything on social media. Just want to give out your thoughts. There's tons of platforms for it. You don't have to
Yeah.
work for it
So
anymore.
so when people find something that's hard, it's just like, oh, I don't want to. We do things easy now. That's the way society is. We are the easy kind of people.
We are on easy mode.
Yeah, we
And
are.
it's making her fat and stupid.
Yeah, people can get famous easy nowadays. You don't have to actually do great things to get famous. You can just be a TikTok girl that just sits there and goes, and all of a sudden you're famous. It's like, but then
I'm a
there's-
woman. Accept me.
I just makes me wonder if that's just what that could be part of the problem, is that people just refuse to actually to actually try anymore because they thought they could just take the easy way out because they'd seen other people do it. Of course, they don't realize that there had been months and months and months of things that led up to them becoming what they are. They just didn't. Most of them didn't even do it overnight. Like the overnight success. Very rarely is the overnight success an overnight success, right? He was doing things before you saw. He was doing things in the dark before he came out into the light, right? He was doing things that you people didn't see.
And it was nothing but blinding.
Shut up, bro. Oh, you think the dark is your ally?
You think the fast food is your ally?
You think fast food is your ally? I didn't taste a Big Mac until I was a man. By that point, it was cracking. The cheese. Dude, I'm trying to find a way to end it.
You have a YouTube video that makes you think you have power
The
over me?
cheeseburger betrays you because it belongs to me. You think the dark is your ally?
Dark Knight Rises made versus Big Macs.
Versus Big Macs. You think the extra cheese Big Mac is your ally?
It's like almost it almost gives me, your voice impression is like almost giving me Uguay vibes. Just almost. It's like, oh no. Just Uguay, just like, oh.
If she is less than a 3, then just let her be.
Exactly.
Dude, okay, I'm not even gonna say the one I was about to.
Quote, right.
Master Uguay, I have bad
Exercise.
news.
Um,
Okay, no
unironically, me and my
We have a
partner,
fat person. That is bad news.
me and my partner at the Bible camp thing we went to, the kids called him Master Uguay and called me Master Shifu, but then they decided it wasn't appropriate since it was a Bible thing, so they were calling me Pastor Uguay and Pastor Shifu. It's like, nice.
Oh, okay.
It's like very nice. Panda, you need to stop
You're the
eating so
furry.
many
That's funny.
Big Macs.
But
be
it's
thin.
awesome. But it tastes awesome,
But it
bro.
tastes awesome! This is the legendary triple Big Mac from the Shang-Chi dynasty. I'm loving it!
Easy peasy,
Master Shifu,
lemon
Shifu,
and
I'm
lime.
gonna become Bowser
Yes,
soon.
it is easy. Okay, it is simple, but it's not
Easy to
easy.
understand. It's not. It doesn't have to be easy.
The
Why does it
process
have
is
to be-
simple. You just gotta do it again and 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 again until you get
It doesn't
the
have
result
to
that
do
you want.
anything.
It's the same thing with getting fat. You
It's not
just
hard
kept,
to
just kept
do.
doing a
It's
bad
not like-
habit over and over and over again, and all I'm asking you to do is just switch the bad habit to a good habit. Stop eating that
Exactly.
cheeseburger. Eat something else. Maybe
wanna
you
find a
can do
boxing
some intermittent fasting.
Yeah, that'll help me exercise.
Literally just take the bad habits and just replace them with the good ones. And eventually,
Yeah.
one day, it will add up. Even if you don't see it, it's adding up right now. Every bad decision you make is adding up right now. Your poor spending habits, if you have them, your poor dietary habits, if you had them, they add up. Good and bad habits all add up. Eventually.
Yeah.
Even if you don't think they do. Even if it's like a 1 percentile change, they add up.
So you know, you've got this choice to be healthy. Why wouldn't you do it if it's so easy?
No. The key to health is not ease.
And the reason is because people who decide, quote, you know, decide to be unhealthy, they're bad in some way. They are lazy or
Yes.
Well,
They're
that is a negative
lazy.
trait.
I don't necessarily say they're bad because I don't think a lot of fat people are necessarily morally bad. I don't think
You're not
that's
a
how
bad
that works.
person, but it is a negative trait of
Yeah,
character.
yeah. Everyone has their problem, right?
Like being lazy is like character flaw. It's like a
Yeah,
common
you can
one.
be a perfectly morally upstanding person and just kind of be like, I don't feel like doing that today. You're not Hitler.
And yes, people that are overweight are most likely lazy.
Either lazy
If you
or they
leave-
just are depressed. And like it happens, you know?
And if you're depressed, you're probably lazy.
Yeah,
Depression
well, it's
makes
because
you
the
lazy.
depression is just unmotivating you. It's just adding
Yeah.
adding to the laziness.
There's a reason why you're like, but you're still lazy.
Unintelligent or poor.
No. No one said, dude, there are probably some perfectly smart fat people out there. All right? My boy Brandon Sanderson, he's a chunky boy. Writes some of the best books I have read in years. If not the best books I've read in years. Literally wrote my favorite book ever. Okay? He's a chunky
You're
boy.
dumb if you're fat. It's like, no, that's not. how
And
it works.
he is also a
It's
good
like-
guy. He's a really nice guy, good guy. You look at someone like Shad Iversity, he's a chunky guy. I don't think he's immoral.
Yeah.
Like, isn't it a stereotype that fat people tend to be like funny? That tend to be like funny guys, like fluffy and whatnot.
They're always hilarious. Like
Yeah.
when I'm in high school, it's
Like
like
even
the
Airsoft
funniest-
Fatty, who may not be intentionally being funny, but he's funny.
Well, that's the thing. It doesn't matter if they aren't intentional. It's like a bit of both. They do something intentionally funny and it's hilarious, but then they do something by accident and it just makes you die laughing. It's so funny. I mean, like, welcome to high school.
Yeah, welcome to high school. It's like, and it takes. I think it takes a level of wit and intelligence to be to be funny. You know,
Making fun of
I
fat
just
people.
don't. Those things are not mutually exclusive. I'm sure the fat nerd is a thing. The dude
Yeah,
who's
but-
fat but is also extremely intelligent.
Anyone can quote this. Making fun of fat people is hilarious. It's funny.
Well, the title of the video is "Fatphobia isn't a bad thing," and I believe that. I believe that. Like, I don't mean being bigoted towards the person. I mean just towards the action and the notion of being fat. It is okay to be bigoted towards that notion. This isn't bigotry, by the way. Not really. Not in the sense that we're thinking. Discrimination would be a better word. Bigotry's got a too negative of a connotation. But
I
discriminating
hate fat
against the
phobia.
aspect of being fat and lazy is fine. That is 100% okay. There's nothing wrong with that. I'm not saying you should beat yourself up over it. That's not going to solve anything. I'm not saying that you should hate yourself for it. That's not going to solve anything. I'm not saying you should hate others for it. Whatever. But at the end of the day, the notion of wanting to be a skinnier, healthier person is not a bad notion. Fat phobia ain't bad.
Yep.
Just don't be mean to
And
people.
it says if you get
I know it's kind of rich, but to be fair, it was Comic Legend that said it, not me, so I'm not a hypocrite.
sick with some things, then it's
I
okay.
don't mind making fun of fat people.
But something else,
Like under context,
moral
you shouldn't,
failings, right?
like if it's like someone that's like nice or whatever, it's like, yeah, it's just kind of mean spirited. But if it's like an asshole, then it's like, yeah, make fun of you, and then yes, I'm gonna make fun of you for being fat. That's like how I stand by it. But yeah,
Training-
let's continue.
example,
Oopsie.
I just think
if
we
you
should try
get
and just-
sick because,
just
or
get
you
it
have an
off.
illness, injury, because you're doing something that supports the idea that health is being thin, exercising, and eating right,
Yes, we can confirm that those things are like what health is.
and you come up against something that means that you get an illness, an injury from that, then that's good. That's okay. But if it's outside of that, then it's not good. Okay, so an example would be an injury that I have had is I went skiing. I used to go skiing all the time. Fell, tore a couple of
Go
ligaments in
again.
my knee, and I needed surgery.
Please go again. Go.
Had time off
Go
work.
right now.
But never once did I think or come into the kind of like, oh well, if you weren't so much of a skier, you never would have encountered that. Well, it's your own.
But that's true though. That's a necessary risk you take when skiing. It's the injury, right?
That's so different. Oh my god, my brain.
But it
Okay,
also just doesn't.
so-
It doesn't even disprove what she's trying to disprove here. It's like no,
Yeah.
it's still a necessary risk.
Yeah. So trying to like fully understand the point, but she's basically like trying to say like it's like skiing.
She is
like
kind of
skiing.
rambling, so it's hard to actually understand what she's meaning.
Awful.
Fault
So
for
it's like
skiing. No, because I was doing an activity.
I can't understand.
I was exercising. Therefore, I was being a good fatty. I was doing the things that I needed to do.
Okay, so if someone judges you like that, that person's a moron. If it's like, well, you should have went skiing then. No, it should be like, oh yeah, that sucks. No, it was a bad thing that happened, but you know, it's a good thing that you're skiing. Go back to it, please.
That's good
Like,
for you.
How I sprained my foot was I made sure that a kid didn't injure herself. She was about to like slip on something really hard, so I caught her, and I put a lot of pressure on my foot. Like, nobody's gonna go, well, you should have saved that kid. It's like, nobody's gonna say that to me, and if they did, they're, you know, that's a terrible thing to say to me. It's like, what? Why? Saving someone younger than me from taking injury?
Or just saving
like,
someone from taking injury in general, yeah. But
Nobody would blame me for that because it's a good action.
I still
That
don't
would
even
be a good
100%
action.
understand what she's trying to get at here, so...
So I guess what she's trying to get at here is like people will judge you for skiing too much, and if you take an injury from it, they would go, you shouldn't have went skiing. But it's like, I thought it was a good thing because I'm not, you know, being fat. It's a good thing.
So
to take
because there are
exercise.
people out there that will say negative things about the fact that you're actually trying to get your life together by doing a healthy activity like
People are
skiing,
dumb.
you should just not do it because, well, I thought this was the right thing to do, and this one dude, one weirdo said, because a lot of people say that because it's either some form of like projection or jealousy. So I just stopped doing it. I was like, oh, that's dumb.
According to this construct that we have currently around health, the things I needed to do to be at that destination of healthy.
Okay, now I think she's reading from her own script.
But what if someone is diagnosed with something that we associate with fatness, and they're a fat person? For example, the classic one is type 2 diabetes.
Yeah, okay, we can actually prove for a fact that people who have type 2 diabetes are unhealthy as compared to people without it.
Diabetes isn't always just like you're overweight, obviously. Like, sometimes it is just people have it. But I do want to bring up, being fat increases the chances of getting
type 2
diabetes.
But also we can prove for a fact that getting type 2 diabetes is in fact more unhealthy than not having it.
Yeah.
Like, there's a lot of things that can happen to you as a side effect of having type 2 diabetes that me as someone who does not have diabetes has. We can prove that without a shadow of a doubt. With science, which she has appealed to, and reality, which she has appealed to.
And
so
what we
insane.
know
How do you
about
feel to
type 2
that? Like,
diabetes
how many
is it is predominantly a genetic condition.
Yes, that the likelihood of catching it is increased when you are fat.
And that you cannot eat your way into...
Yes, you can. These things do not have to be mutually exclusive. You can have both. It's a genetic condition that you can eat your way into if you're not careful.
Getting diabetes.
Yeah.
It is not anyone's fault.
It can
if they have
it can
type 2
be
diabetes. But that is not the message that we get. It's inevitable because you did something bad, which is
yes,
being
did something
fat.
negative.
You weren't doing the things. You weren't adhering to the inputs. Being thin.
Like I've said generally around the beginning of when I joined here, you have to either try and have a belief that it is not a bad or negative thing to lower your lifespan and all that, or like you either have to deny that or accept it. If you accept it, then you have to accept it. You are doing something bad, and if you don't, then at that point, I don't know what the heck you do consider bad. What is a negative thing to you? What is a negative lifestyle?
Yeah, that's what I'm saying. What if you replaced everything she just said with like a meth,
alcohol,
like a meth
drugs,
addict? Oh, because I did. When people die of meth, that's just a genetic thing. That's not your fault. Other people haven't died of meth. It's like,
it's literally that.
Yeah, it's like, what if you could do this with any bad habit? It's like, no, you don't give in to it. That's not how that works.
Actually, does remind me of Breaking Bad, where Walter tried to make a justification of selling meth because, oh yeah, like, you know, it's like eventually it might be legal or something like that. Or it's like, you know, it's like, we're just trying to make money.
Meth might be legal one day.
Well, it's like, the point I think he makes to Hank is just essentially that, You know, it's like people, you know, people who take meth, that's their decision, that's their fault. We should still be allowed to sell it. Like, people sell stuff like cigarettes that ruin people's life. Why can't we do with meth? But the problem is,
Yeah,
it's
it
like,
doesn't mean you
that
contribute to the problem, though.
that doesn't change that that's a bad thing, and consider it that, because you are basically selling poison to people.
Yeah, but
Still
other
a
people
bad
get
thing.
poisoned all the time, so it's okay if I do it. It's like, no,
Yeah,
it's
yeah,
not
yeah.
how it
Other
works.
people choose to be poisoned. That's their choice, not my
Mhm.
business. I just get money from it. It's like, no, it is your business because you're giving them an opportunity to kill themselves.
Yeah, you're still enabling them. You're still helping them along when you could be helping them.
You're still enabling them. That's what this reminds me of. It's like that kind of mindset. It's like, oh, you know, it's not my fault if I get like diabetes or whatever, because, you know, it's like, you know, it's like,
yes. This is literally taking responsibility away from the person, and that's a really bad thing. If you're gonna start saying things like this, like, you're not, like, I'm not gonna say, okay, random events happen all the time, okay? It's still your responsibility. You are responsible for 100% of the things that happen in your life, okay? Even the random events that pop up, it is your responsibility to act in a way that is moral or good in the face of the thing that was random, right? There are still things that you can do to make your life better right now.
it is really,
It is your
Yeah, it is-
responsibility. It's your fault. It's your life. You're the one that decides whether or not you made the decision, whether or not you ate the food that drove you closer to type 2 diabetes. That was completely up to you. It wasn't up to anyone else. Society did not make you do this. You did. And this is what this is. It's actually really poisonous to be taking people's choice away and trying to convince them that they aren't the ones making these unhealthy decisions. It's not their fault. They can just do whatever.
yeah, it's really stupid and kind
Mhm.
of toxic. It's like, no, this is why a lot of people are more miserable in this world. It's because they think that there's no choice anymore. Society just chooses for you. That's not the case.
Mhm.
You can always make change.
Yeah, yeah.
Anyone can.
You guys can be
I
angry
hate
at the
mentality.
man and burn down, you know, whatever, just because
I
there is
hate
no
the mentality
choice.
of, oh, it's not my fault because this happened, or I got this, or I was born with this problem, or whatever. It's like, no, you can make it better. You
Yeah,
always
people
have
people can still change. Like this guy right here, Ben Carson. Just saw him today speaking. Literally grew up poorer than me. Grew up in a way worse condition than I was in. Has gone through way more. Was like it's your stereotypical kind of like thug that lives in Detroit. Stabbed a guy in the stomach, and the only thing that saved him was his belt buckle that snapped the blade off when he tried to stab him with it. That guy turned his life around. Is now was a brain surgeon that's like and a political leader that's like worth a lot of money now, and is like going around making other people's life better. Don't tell me that you can't make your life better, that it's just the end now. There is something that can redeem you and can change your whole life. You can make decisions that can make things better. You can do that. You just have to actually make the choice to actually make your life better, even if it's only 1% at a time. It is ridiculous when people say that you can't change your life, especially when people don't even go through as much as people like Ben Carson have gone through in their life. It's like you've gone through even less, which means you have an even higher chance of making something out of your life now. You're in a better position than they were. You have a better jumping off point. So do it. And then just help people beneath you.
Yeah, exactly.
Totally. So I just don't get why this is such a frowned upon thing. It's like, well, no. I think it mostly has to do with pride, because, you know, people don't like being told that their lifestyle is wrong. People don't like it. It might be good for them. It doesn't mean they're going to like it.
Yeah.
I get it.
Then, eating the right foods and exercising, so therefore you are not going to arrive at the destination of health.
According to what?
Yeah, what are you talking about?
Yeah, according
Let's
to
see
like what principle? What do we mean by health in this conversation? Let's be clear here.
And the idea that, you know, when a thin person gets sick, you know, that's just the way life is. Maybe they were unlucky. It wasn't because
this is a straw man. I feel
of
it.
something they did or
It is a
didn't
complete
do.
straw man. We're not talking.
When a fat
this
person
is
gets sick-
fat-related illnesses we're talking about, which do exist.
I don't care how fat you are. If you like got, I don't know, the cold, I'm not gonna go, oh yeah, that's because you're fat. No. That's stupid.
Your grandma
You got
caught COVID
COVID?
because she was fat. Both of it, yeah, literally COVID was just the prime example. Nobody
Oh
thinks
no, I
that.
got COVID. I'm fat.
Nobody thinks that. No one has ever. Okay, I'm not gonna say nobody thinks that because never say never. Because some crazy person out there's like only fat people get COVID. Only
Yeah,
black
there's a lot of
people are fat. You know, like I'm willing to say that there was those crazy people that had those crazy opinions. That one dude that was insane, right? But at the same time, bro, you gotta admit there's certain things that can happen to you health wise that aren't typically only happen to fat people. Like morbid obesity does here.
I must
look
be
up.
fat.
What
you looking up?
Deaths to morbid obesity.
Oh damn, this is gonna be dark. Let's see.
At least 2.8 million people die each year as a result of being overweight or obese.
God, that's horrible.
You're gonna deny that? That's not that small of a number. That's 2.8 million people a year for the last 30 plus years, 40 years.
Listen, our world is overpopulated, so that must mean it's okay that people are dying like this.
All right, that was a bit dark.
It's because they're fat. What can we expect?
No. Once again, if you get the cold, I'm not gonna go. Oh yeah, well you got it because you're fat.
You got the fat cold. You got the very specific obesity cold that's going around.
You're coughing up chicken nuggets, fatso. Oh, it's so stupid. I can't stand it.
Society says.
No, society. No one said that.
And then outside of fatness, if we think about fatness, we have other things which are something that's seen as good or bad. So say if you've got you had the flu, that's fine, no stigma around that. Maybe people don't want you to go make out with them if they've got the flu, but people are not like, what type of person gets the flu? Whereas say if you've got an STD, you had syphilis, well then that's bad, that's shameful.
It kind of is, because there's only one way you could have gotten that.
I'm not familiar with STDs. Like, that's through sex, right?
Yeah, sexual transmitted diseases.
Well, yeah, isn't that like just irresponsible sex?
Yes, or it could be given to you by birth, which implies that someone in your circle was irresponsible.
Okay.
At the same time, it's like, yeah, there's a social stigma around that. I think it also has to do with fear, because it's like an incurable disease that you're stuck with for the rest of your life. That's scary. I think that's the reason why with flu, it's like, oh, you'll be over that in a week. People survive the flu all the time. You look at dude.
Unless you're fat.
Yeah, in the black. Listen, it's the same thing with in Black Death. Bob next to you just starts going. You're gonna look at him a little funny, aren't you? It's gonna freak you out. Like case in point. You ever read people in the audience? I don't know if you've ever read Stephen King's The Stand. I read it during COVID, or at least half of it. So I got through all the parts where Captain Trips was killing people, the advanced flu virus in that book. Bro, when somebody, after you're done reading that part, even before COVID, and somebody coughs behind you, you get a little nervous. Okay? There's a social stigma around that because of what it implies. It's an internal disease. We cannot get rid of it. Once you're dead, you can't get rid of it until you die. That's scary. Nobody wants that. The flu, I don't want the flu, but I'm less, it's less uncomfortable because we know people who have survived the flu. Know anybody that's been cured of HIV? No.
Yeah.
It's that's the kind of thing. And also a lot of times it's brought on by a choice. You had sex before marriage or something like that. Or you had sex with so many people that one of them ended up giving you an STD. That is on you. You did that. That's why there's a stigma behind it, because it was a choice. You didn't intentionally get the flu. At least I hope you didn't, because that'd be dumb.
I'm trying to find the flu juices. I need to get the flu.
I got my flu blanket. And just start.
No, wait. If you want to intentionally get the flu, you just gotta get fat, of course.
Of course.
You'll be treated differently. Because obviously you'll be treated differently if you got the flu and you're fat. Haha, fatso. Of course you get
Yeah,
the flu.
regular
but
person with the flu is just like, oh, poor man. Guy that's like over 299 pounds with the flu. Ugh! I bet you
I don't know
ate the
what's
flu.
I don't know what's more sick about you, fatso. The fact you got the flu or the fact that you have an eating problem. Get exercise.
This wouldn't have happened if you were under 299 pounds.
Are equally morally the same. Engaging probably in similar.
No, they're not. STDs are not the same as the flu. Don't say that. I know which one I'd rather have. I've survived the flu at least 3 or 4 times. I don't want an STD ever.
Yeah, I don't want one either.
Types of behavior, contact with other human beings.
Oh no, dude! Why would you break it down to try to make it? That is so dishonest. It's just contact through other human beings, guys. Who cares if it's like 2 very different kinds of contact?
Listen, COVID is the same thing as the flu. It's just contact with 2 other human beings.
Yeah. COVID's just the same thing as cancer. It's just the same thing. If you think about it, you're both sick. You know?
You both want to die.
You both want to die.
You both break bad.
It's so. It's like no, these aren't the same. These could be more like one you get accidentally, and the other one you get through your actions of actually like going around and probably screwing around with people you don't need to be screwing around with. Whereas the flu, it's just like I went to Walmart and got milk. You know, and the kid next to me had a snotty nose, and he rubbed it on my back. You know, it's like I don't know what your story is. It's not the same thing.
Dude, if a kid did that to me, I'd unironically drop kick him.
Oh god, be like South Park, kick the baby.
No. You know, like Dying Light, like the drop kick move. Just do that.
Yeah. Where you drop kick him off the building.
Ragdoll the kid across the store.
Then why is one devastatingly shameful potentially for people and stigmatized, but the other is just part of being a human being?
One is worse.
What is worse?
And that is because we view health in a certain way, right?
No, not necessarily.
Oh my God.
Because, okay, we only view health in a certain... That's the thing, though. It's so weird that these people take out the middleman when they talk about social constructs. They don't understand that people viewed a thing and made a social construct around it. They think the social construct came first. You know, it's like the way they talk. It's like, the reason why people think STDs are worse is because we can't cure them. That is factual. We don't know how to mitigate it, other than don't
accept that
have
sex. Is that what she's saying? We should just accept it and be okay with it?
It should be the same as the flu. It's the same as the flu. It's just an aspect of life to get an STD.
I mean, it's like, yeah, it's same for cancer. Should we just like be okay with cancer happening? It's
yeah,
just,
dude. You
like,
get the list. Which one are you just gonna like respond greater to? You have the flu, or you got a tumor?
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah, like obviously, not given that they're not the same, because you don't get a tumor just because you were, you know, in close contact with someone else that had a tumor. So, but at the same time, it's like, yeah, STDs are incurable. That's why there's a stigma around it, and it is directly received through you doing things that you shouldn't be doing in the first place.
That is why we're like trying to find a cure for cancer and all that. It's because we don't want to accept things like this because it's horrible. It's a horrible part of life.
Yeah, we do not actually understand the extent of STDs as well. Whereas the flu, it's like, well, we know what to expect to the point we have it so down pat that we literally have a term for it when we are talking about diagnosis and medicine. Flu, we used to have a negative symptoms. We understand it that well.
We used to have like a negative stigma of the flu. Didn't like a lot of people back
in the day doing bad medicine stuff like that would die just left and right, but we don't have that stigma anymore because like the flu and the measles or chicken pox or smallpox are not a death sentence anymore.
Yeah, so like, you know, if we have a cure for cancer and STDs or whatever, it's like I'm sure they're not going to be treated as badly either.
But at the same time, it's like it's obvious why there's the difference.
This also, the definition of, you know, the idea of health as a destination, it positions fat people as being so willfully ignorant of the very easy health formula. And
I mean,
according
this video
to
is
this,
not helping destroy
No.
that stigma. They come off very ignorant on just basic
No,
stuff like
I don't think
exercise.
it's ignorance. I think they know exactly what they need to be doing. I think they just
I'm just talking about
intentionally
her.
put themselves in this position to make themselves feel better because it feels bad once again to be told that your position in life is wrong.
Oh no. I agree. I'm just talking about her.
Yeah, she's not
her
helping.
in particular.
Not really.
She specifically. I think most fat people are aware. Just like
I got a next question though. Do we really even want to watch this entire video? It's like 30.
well, it's up to you, man.
It's got 30 more minutes. All right, we'll push through another.
as fat people, we stick our fingers in our ears and are
We'll try not to pause it too
determined
much.
to make other
Doing it right
people
now.
and the government pay for our recklessness. The formula is so simple. Why don't you just do it? Then you'd be healthy.
Yeah, exactly.
Yeah.
Is what we know about this version of health. And the answer to that is because, isn't it? That's not the reality.
Explain.
This construction of health that we currently have in society is almost exclusively focused on physical health, and it's super laced with
Just
white
because we tell you
supremacy
to exercise
and
doesn't mean we don't
ideas
care about your mental
from
health.
white culture of what health is.
So we're bringing the racism into it now.
Perfect pause. Perfect pause. Do not unpause.
You got let's say.
Just check DMs. Perfect. All right.
She brought
So,
the racism
why-
into it. White
no.
culture. It's like
Well, the mental health thing bothered me more because it's like, first of all, not only does it help with your mental health to exercise anyways, even if it doesn't, and it doesn't for certain people, that doesn't mean we're gonna ignore that. We would also recommend you do what's best for your mental health as well, right?
I mean, I just refuse to believe that a lot of people's bad mental health is because they're not happy with their situation. So is the solution just to not change it, just to keep the situation exactly the same and force everyone else to change around you to make your situation
You gotta
at
change
least
yourself.
be perceived better? It's like, is that the solution? No,
No,
that
it's
can't be the solution. So can I also just notice that depression is linked to weight gain, right? I don't know anybody who is just constantly happy all the time and that their happiness caused them to gain weight. Do you know anybody?
I'm so happy I became fat and ugly.
Yeah, it's like, no, that's not what happened. What happened is that you were disappointed in your lot in life and you gained weight because of the depression and the disappointment.
Yeah,
Like,
it's because you
there's a
don't
direct
care.
link. Yeah, it's just a lack of caring anymore. So I refuse to believe that being fat is good for your mental health. Like a lot of these people, if you look at them, like the TikToker and stuff I reacted to, do they seem happy? No, they seem.
I didn't.
They seem bitter. A lot of these like fat activists and stuff like that literally seem like angry and bitter. It's like, you're not happy with your life. This is not good for your mental health. And it's not a result of anything I'm doing. Is it possible, again, because this is your life we're talking about and your unhappiness, is it possible that you're doing something wrong? Possible that maybe, good Lord upstairs is trying to get a hold of you and you're trying to get away from him and you're just trying to do things that you know are unhealthy, but you would just rather... You just rather do that because it's the easier option. You would just rather be unhealthy because it's the easier option. It's like...
Oh, yeah.
There's no way that staying in this current position and changing nothing about you. How selfish is that, by the way? I don't want to change. Yeah. Everyone else has to accept me for who I am. It's like, no.
Yeah, people just have to realize that, like, you gotta kind of, like, accept how the world works, and you have to, like, start working in it. You can't just, like, keep fighting back like this, because it's just gonna become more miserable, and it's not gonna, it's not gonna make the world better, even if you were able to change it.
Yeah, you just have to accept certain things in life. There's a finality. You gotta accept finality, right?
By the way, easier doesn't mean better. I want to bring that up because, like, if you made life easier, that doesn't mean it's better. It doesn't mean people are just gonna be happy instantly. If anything, people might just be more unsatisfied because there's nothing to strive for anymore.
The only easy day was yesterday.
Yeah. We're not children anymore. Like, we're not here for easiness. We're not here to go and just, like, have our mom and dad
Well,
take us places.
How would we break boundaries? How does a person learn things? How does a person become more intelligent, increase their reading comprehension? They read harder books over time, right?
Yeah.
So do you just stay stupid because it's easier to do that? It's easier just to not read books? Is that the plan? Because that's a dumb plan. It's a really dumb plan.
Yeah. Like, for me, I always want to improve in stuff that I feel like I care about, obviously. If I have a passion for something, I want to be good at it. And that comes down to, like, what I do for my job, to, just personal stuff in my free time. Because, like, that keeps me happy. And you know what? What keeps me happy isn't easy. I'm not doing easy stuff to keep me happy, because easy stuff doesn't keep you happy. It keeps you bored, which makes you miserable and not happy.
Well, yeah, I think that's why there's a lot of miserable people around nowadays. Is because life got too easy and they had no reason to live.
Way too fucking easy.
Yeah, back in the day, I had my worth because I would go out, grab a sword, and I would like kill a Viking because he tried stealing my stuff, or he tried raping a woman over here. Like, we got our worth from fighting off the enemy. We got our worth from going to war. We got our worth from something. We can argue about whether or not those were good things to happen, but it was worth. It was something, right? And that's life just got too easy. We got too pampered. We got too used to things getting easy, and now it's not.
The way to
good
fight
enough.
that is challenge yourselves, not like.
What's the point in living if it was just gonna be easy? That was like the whole idea.
Might as well not live.
And it's like same thing with like what I believe as far as like my beliefs in God go. It's like, God doesn't call people to things, and he's not here just to make your life 100% easier. He's supposed to put peace inside of you as you go out and do the hard things. Like if you read the Bible or whatever, you see these people go through these crazy things that are really hard. And it talks about perseverance and stuff like that. It is such a common theme that you're probably going to find it in most religions about perseverance. But mine in particular is, what I'm referencing. It's almost like it's like a thing that's just ingrained in human nature, that we kind of understand to an extent across all time and stuff, that certain levels of perseverance and stuff like that will be rewarded greatly. In fact, I think that's literally a Bible verse. He who perseveres will be rewarded in heaven, or something like that.
I'm going to be talking about First Nations ideas about health shortly, to show how different it can be.
Okay, well, let's not conflate ideas with realities, okay?
Constructs around health. It also denies,
built out of observation.
That's the holistic way, many cultures think about health. Not even just some First Nation cultures. Many cultures, like this is a very...
I feel like First Nation cultures would be more comfortable with fat people than most other cultures. I mean, like, America's the greatest, arguably the greatest First Nation culture in all the world, and there's more fat people running around. I'm sure Canada has quite a few bigger people down up there too. Like, I'm pretty sure these first world nations, I'm pretty sure they're a lot more okay with fat people, just because there's so much abundance of materials for these people to chow down on.
Yeah, so nobody cares.
Yeah.
Western,
I think,
American.
A lot of us don't really care if you're fat. We just kind of feel apathetic about it.
Yeah. I think my reaction to a fat person, unless they're like so big that I just can't believe they're big, which by the way could be anything larger than life. If a dude is 7 feet tall, I'm gonna look. If a dude is like Brian Shaw and he looks like literally the Incredible Hulk, I'm gonna look, right? Because it's incredible that something is that extraordinary that does not look normal. If you're like a 500-pound man walking around, it's like there's not a lot of 500-pound men that I see, so naturally I'm gonna look at you and be like, bro, mentally I'm gonna be like, bro, that is huge.
Of what health is, and in many cultures, right? But then also in many cultures is different. But this is our perception. This is our perception of what health is, and differences sometimes can even be hard to imagine, because we all know if you do this and that, then you're going to be healthy, probably. It also implies health is a choice.
Actually.
and denigrates those who do not, quote, choose health. It disregards those who can never be healthy or able-bodied and leaves them at the sidelines.
Do not use these people as your shield to make bad decisions. I'm sorry.
Even if there is like someone that could just never be healthy for some reason, that doesn't mean everyone decides, oh, let's just give up and not be healthy. It's like, no, if you can be healthy, be healthy.
No, yeah, but imagine literally using these people as your shield, literally being ableist by using people that are disabled as a shield for your bad decisions. That's the worst part. It's always like, well, he did it. Doesn't that sound like it's such a childish thing to do too? Well, he did it. He gets to do it. Why can't I do it?
As second-class citizens.
If you can tell with these people that are like this, like once again, just wanting an easy life and want things to change for them.
Don't pray for easy lives. Pray to be stronger men.
But what's fascinating about it, it's like you can see that they just do like childish things like that, or they just like, you know, it's like it's very childish to just want everything to change, not yourself. It's like very childish behavior. It's like it just gives me the idea of like these kind of people just like don't really mentally fully grow up. They just want to be coddled for the rest of their lives.
Well, they just got used to it.
They want life.
I think at the end of the day, I think a lot of them just never grew up hard enough to actually appreciate. It's the same thing like when your parents just give you money, right, for like your birthday, versus $20 you made mowing the lawn. You know, you typically hold on to that $20 you made mowing the lawn. You typically hold on to that a little closer than you would the money that your parents gave you on your birthday. That's just natural.
Yeah, wouldn't care.
Yeah, it's the same kind of thing with this. They don't really appreciate life because they've never been through such a hard time or been through some sort. It's like, what about all the depression? It's like, no, you are depressed specifically because in a weird way you have not been through a hard time that has tested your steel, that has proven your worth on this planet. You know?
Yeah.
That I think that's kind of what we're going through here. I think that's why, despite the fact that there is less war, less poverty, less all of this stuff in the world than there's ever been, more people are depressed just because it's like, well, what now?
Yeah.
Dedicate your life to God, but whatever.
You're disabled. Well, sorry. SOL. And it's all about how people...
Okay, that person might not be healthy by our standard, but we do not... Do you live in a society where we just treat disabled people like they're just garbage because they cannot be Brian Shaw or Chris Bumstead?
It's like literally impossible. That's like so different. That's literally just unfair. It's like, we're not
imagine looking at Ricky Berwick and just treating him like he's garbage just because he can't physically do a lot of the things that I can do. No one in their right mind does that. This is a complete straw man. I refuse to believe that this is even like a societal thing, because I feel like it's actually a social stigma to not treat people like this anymore.
Yeah, nobody treats people like that ever. If it's like a medical problem that you're overweight and you cannot
lose weight,
ever blame you. If that's even a thing. I think that's ever a thing, but whatever.
View your...
Even then, you can probably still do something to make things better.
Health, which in turn affects your
Maybe,
health
I don't
negatively,
know.
right?
Do these people even exist?
You know, if you were on a desert island and you got type 2 diabetes,
example.
If you got a desert island and you got type 2 diabetes, there's not a lot there that can necessarily kill you.
And you and your doctor are on the desert island together, and the doctor says, "Sorry, you got type 2 diabetes." Would it seem as devastating?
Isn't it weird how this is presented like it's supposed to be like a live stream podcast format, but there's like lots of cuts and stuff, or is that just me?
If you didn't have anyone to
flat, boring, and
to judge you,
are you supposed to just,
if you didn't have anyone to view or make assumptions about who you were as a person.
I think the problem is that she is under the impression that she is just a really smart person. I'm not gonna say this person's stupid necessarily. I think this person's intelligent to a degree. She just thinks she's a lot more important than she really is, right? And the problem is that despite this, it's not being proven through the audio. She is very inarticulate. Throughout the entire video, she just kind of rambles around. Well, it's not quite, when you think about it, in the terms of, it's this person is not easy or interesting to listen to at all. So listening to this in the background would be a nightmare. It's a nightmare just watching it, honestly.
Yeah. And the cuts will be off-putting if you're listening to it in the background. You'll be like, wait, what? Oh, what? Oh, it's really annoying. You don't do that.
Oh.
I hate it when that happens. You're listening to something in the background. It uses my brain.
It would probably be a lot easier to deal with.
That's why you journal a lot and you read a lot. It helps your articulation. And it's like she just talked a lot easier.
The desert.
Not to mention, not only that, it just takes you forever to get to any kind of point. So there's no structure to any of this. It's clearly like free flow of thought, and there wasn't a lot of research or like anything put into this. This is just, I just decided to stop recording.
Few articles that fit my bias, and that's it. And I'm gonna ramble the video. I give up.
You know, if you think about it, there are some people who do not think the way we do, so therefore we can't be confirmed to be correct.
What's really annoying about it? It's like she's like, if I had diabetes in the desert, it wouldn't be as hard to deal with because there won't be people bullying me or whatever. And then it's just me thinking, wait, how are you gonna be able to treat your diabetes if you're out in the desert, no medical help or anything?
What are you gonna do when you need sustenance? If again, because in the context this is being fat, if you're fat and in the desert, I'd like to think there's gonna be a lot of things that you're gonna have issues with. You're gonna be running out of breath faster than me, for one, because there's more gravity on your chest because you're significantly heavier than I am. That's just a fact. Keep in mind, I was also a fat person. I can attest to this. Going upstairs was pretty hard. So it's like, I don't know.
Because of the way that society views certain conditions. And what if we removed shame from health?
Nobody shames you for like normal health stuff like the cold, but yes, it is kind of shameful to make yourself unhealthy. It's a shameful thing that people should not follow.
A healthy dose of self-criticism and shame is perfectly fine. It's literally just stop making me feel bad. That's what she's saying. What if we just stopped making me feel bad about my bad decisions? It's like, this is really just poisonous stuff.
What if we did remove all of that kind of learned shame from health? We might go to the doctors more.
It's natural.
We might be connected with the community more because we realize that we have more health conditions in common. I tell you, I bet, you know, like, I bet the health condition that you feel shameful about, loads of other people have it, and because no one's talking about it,
too much sugar,
we feel shame, and it's like, well, actually, who knew that Brad Pitt has?
She's not even drinking from it. She's like
HSV,
she's like,
genital herpes. Oh well, if Brad Pitt came out and said, "Hey, I have genital herpes," maybe we wouldn't be viewing it so negatively. As an example, I need to get a new.
I mean, I would.
Oh, that's horrible. I know that. Dude, people with like celebrities of like, if it's like something like that, they'll be super negative on. It's like anything negative about a celebrity, it's just taken really like through like a lot of scrutiny. Classic Will Smith slapping a man.
Yeah, I don't know. I just want to get through this.
Fucking, I would say Brad Pitt. I think it's showing that. I don't think the kids are talking about Brad Pitt as in the most like the idol of celebrities nowadays. I need to get like a new one. No, Hugh Jackman. No, he's like. I bet you the kids would be like, oh.
The kids.
Brad Pitt's like an old man or something. Something.
No.
In my mind, like Brad Pitt is the epitome of hunky Hollywood celebrity.
I don't know.
Too many. You need to practice like public speaking. I know you technically practice public speaking, but there's just all these nervous tics and stuff that make it really hard to watch. I like to think that I actually don't have a lot of these going through. I probably do, but I try speaking in a way that's articulate and enough, and try to cut out all the
let me talk about
to make it sound like I'm confident in my position.
Nowadays we're going to talk about hunky celebrities, and well, personally, in my opinion, when I don't know, if you think about it,
And it's like it takes forever to say nothing.
If you think
I
about
don't
it,
even
gaming's
know.
100% okay.
Yeah.
Never
So if we remove that shame,
It took us like 30 minutes to even get to the point.
I gotta say, it's
then
like women with like short hair. It looks awful on most of them.
Oh, it depends. Like I don't know what's her name from the boys, the lady that overdosed on heroin. She looked fine with short hair. Or pop claw or whatever.
Yeah, but you gotta admit she would look better with long hair. Just saying.
Depends.
She would look better.
we'd also probably get better treatment. We wouldn't be shy about talking about sexual health and.
Okay, listen.
Dude, is that a
Shyness
hairstyle?
and shame and stuff like that is not an indicator of morality. If I go up in front of a church group of like men that want to help me and stuff like that, and I admit that I have a really big problem that I'm ashamed to admit, that is not their fault or society's fault for me feeling that shame. And it doesn't necessarily mean that what I went through is not my fault, or what I went through is suddenly like a good thing. Like, oh, it's good that you were addicted to porn or alcohol or drugs or whatever the problem is, right? It's like, that doesn't mean suddenly, oh, it's society that needs to change their view on those things. It's like, no.
Yes,
Just because you felt shameful does not mean other people need to change their views. It's dumb.
Yes, but Night Reed. But more importantly,
does it make
her
me feel
hairstyle
better?
ironically looks like a Dairy Queen ice cream cone.
Other types of health which would protect our
Dude, her
health
head
and
is
other
so
people's
round
health.
and her hair is covering enough.
Yeah. So let's look at the health as a status and what influences health. So if you think about society, think of how society thinks of what makes someone healthy is that
you kick her and you score
exercise,
a point. You kick her in the head, you like
eating
score points
healthy food
in the game.
And
listen, Nightbreed does not necessarily back the political views and things said by comic legend. He is his own man.
In reality,
I am my own man. I believe kicking people in the
way
head
more complex
for football would have been
and is influenced by the social constructs we have in place currently.
Yeah, I compared her to Tim Pool earlier because she said it's complicated. But at least Tim Pool is articulate and entertaining to listen to. Like, you can listen to Tim Pool in the background, right? You know Tim Pool, the guy with the beanie. I'll show you real quick. Okay, this is regardless.
When you say the guy in the beanie, I think of Ethan Klein.
This is regardless of your political standing on him, because I agree and disagree with things he's saying, right? And he does the it's complicated thing too. Well, this is about to get political, so Trump secretly plans to go nuclear.
He did it.
Okay, so you're just gonna paste this. Was it 40 minutes and 30 seconds? Okay, so we're just gonna watch a few seconds of this.
He did it. The madman said it. Donald Trump has said it. Trump has announced he will fire tens of thousands of civil servants and gut the government to sort his agenda if he runs and wins in 2024. Okay, I'm voting for Trump. It's done. That's all I needed to hear, Mr. President. You tell me you're going to fire everyone, and I say, okay, where do I vote? When do I vote? Tell me where to...
Okay, instantly, I know what he's talking about. It didn't take him years to get to the point. Like, say what you want about Tim Pool.
Society thinks.
And he has a beanie, so better visual style.
He did it.
Up that probably
the madman said it.
All right. So I'm gonna get back to our video, but like, regardless of what you thought of that, what he said, okay, it's like that's instantly less boring. It's not. It also is a lot more engaging, right? Because he's clearly like emotive and articulate. He doesn't seem like a vapid person. I'm not saying this person necessarily is vapid, but she comes off as vapid when she's constantly having to stop every 5 seconds and go.
Yeah. Judging by the vapid, I'm not gonna say she's vapid as a whole because I don't know her, but it's just like the vibe I'm getting is a very empty person. I bet she just like watches like cable TV still. Just like boring.
She like watches Vampire Diaries or something.
Yeah.
I don't know. No, Vampire Diaries is too cultured. I don't know. What would she watch?
Wolf. She watches like Teen Wolf on repeat.
Teen Wolf. Which one? The 1980s Michael J. Fox movie or the CW
TV show.
remake?
CW remake, easily. She's a CW fan, I bet. She watches Batwoman.
You think she watches Batwoman?
Yeah, she's a Batwoman fan. She
currently.
based her hairstyle generally on Kate Kane, if you think about it. It's just
Let me
fun.
repeat that. Health is super complex
No.
No,
and
it's not.
is influenced by the
Everything's
social
complicated,
constructs
so I could say
we have in place
anything.
currently. It's influenced. Health is influenced by the way we view health.
Yeah,
No.
it's a double entendre, right? It's both. I think that's how you use double entendre. But it's like it's both. Health is influenced by the way we view health, kind of. But the way we view health was influenced by health.
Yeah, it's influenced by like facts we know about what we determine.
Yeah, experiences that we went through and went, oh, well, that's how that works now.
Stop trying to change definitions. We just like sit by what we know and what we have accepted, because there's nothing else to go by but for now. And whatever else we have that we can go by needs to be reliable and good for us to sustain our lifespan. And if it lessens it or ruins it, it's a bad system. Stick with a system that's working. Don't just ignore it, especially if you don't have an alternative.
Mm-hmm. It's so
I
strange.
want to change the entirety of how people think, because Burger King is my favorite restaurant. Okay, accept me.
And so I have a post that I first created a few years ago, but then I reshared it recently on Instagram, and it is the social determinants of the determinants of health. And so you can go and look at I'll also put in the show notes so I've summarized it down into the big components. Okay, so I'll read them out. Okay, so we've got in our mind that if you're
Honestly, I don't know what's more boring for me to watch over my career responding to videos. This or like the Luke Steffens video on Arkham Knight all the way back then.
I mean, at least Arkham Knight, maybe he had some gameplay.
Yeah, you know what? Honestly, he had some gameplay and he talked about his iguana. He showed his iguana, and that was kind of cool.
That was kind of cool. I love how low we've gotten. It's like the iguana's cool in comparison to
Dude,
if you think about it, society kind of.
Dude, she's not a dog person. She is not a dog person. She's not cool enough to be a dog person. She's probably like a cat person. She has like 5 cats.
I would say she's like a cat or a chinchilla person.
Or a what?
A chinchilla. You don't know what a chinchilla is?
Just remind me.
It's a rodent. It's like a hamster kind of looking thing.
I don't think I've ever. Yeah, I can see her like have a hamster maybe. That's it. She has like a hamster, like a really boring. Yeah, hamsters suck. They just like hamsters.
Comic Legend is racist against hamsters confirmed.
No, they're terrible pets. It's like, okay, first of all, they're too goddamn good.
Oh,
at
hey,
escaping.
man.
They're too good at it.
Okay.
And then you have to like spend your entire day trying to find them, or like multiple days, because you just don't know where they are because it's little small rodents. One time it literally took me like 2 weeks to find my brother's pet hamster when I was young. And I found him by accident, but I was playing video games and I turned around and I just saw this little rat. I thought it was a rat. It was actually a hamster. I called everyone and we finally cornered the little bastard.
Hey.
Put him back in his cage and reinforce it. It's like, yeah, no more playtime for you. No more like little tubes you can go through anything. Because you're just going to hatch another escape plan. God, they're horrible. Let's get a dog.
Get a dog.
Or a cat.
Let's finish this
If you
already.
don't like one. Yeah, that's okay.
thin, you eat the right food, you exercise,
Yes.
maybe you're sprinkling of some other things.
Please.
But we know
Things that are in
things
your
work.
control, and maybe a little bit of genetics, then you'll be healthy. But really, the determinants of health,
There's no
2/3 of it
control
is
of genetics.
not our behavior. 2/3 of it is other things. And so 24% is social circumstances, 22% is genetics and biology, 11%
By the way, I'm sorry for pausing, but I do want to bring this up. If you're like fat, but it's like you're still kind of like, but you're still like technically physically strong, you still have like a belly. I don't think people have that much negative stigma on those kind of people.
You mean like the construction worker type body?
Yeah, because it's like, okay, if it's like, because if you're like a fat, boneless blob, basically, that's like when it's like, oh, disgusting. But if it's like, you know, you're still like strong, just in different areas.
Mm-hmm. Well, if you're
That's
like
fine.
if you're like 400 or 500 pounds, it's like, yeah, that you have a problem. This is unhealthy.
The point I want to make to her is she's trying to say it might be like more so genetics that keep you skinny or healthy or fit or muscular or whatever. It's like, I'm sorry, even if that were true and you're stuck fat forever, exercising will just still factually make you a stronger person, which will still garner more respect. There's no getting out of it. Go exercise.
Medical care, 7% environment, and 36% individual behavior. And so
Where
individual
are you getting
behavior.
these
Aha.
percentages?
Okay, so that is
I looked through
eating
your
the right
links.
food,
This isn't
being
in
thin,
them.
and exercising, isn't it? Question mark. No, not necessarily.
Yes.
Okay, so in individual behavior, so the if you go to the where I got this information from, it's this
Go to the gym.
huge thing that you could not fit on Instagram, and so I've summarized it to the main points, and then the main points are then go into other points of what that means. So
Link it,
individual behavior, psychological assets, negative mood and affects, other risk-related behavior like gun behavior, sexual activity, motor vehicle behavior, physical activity, sleep patterns, and diet patterns. And when we think about diet patterns, is it that we're getting enough food? Do we get a variety of food, right? It's not, did you ever eat a Twinkie? You know?
Okay. You can the answer is that you can technically still eat a Twinkie. It's just you eat a Twinkie. A. Singular.
You eat a Twinkie, and then you make up for exercise.
The
Like,
idea
after a
is
while.
that it's not the habit anymore. It's just a thing that you do sometimes. That's the point.
It's,
Fun fact,
and so
when I was young, my favorite food, when I was like a little kid or whatever, would be like hot dogs or whatever. But if someone asked me now what's like my favorite food, like, unironically, I do say salad. I really like salad. I'm not even saying that's like boast or anything. I genuinely like salad.
I've actually genuinely like started eating a lot of salad too. Like I don't.
Salad's so good.
Yeah.
And like the
good.
thing is, I think the reason is because when we grow older, we just like start appreciating like other kinds of food, because a lot of like junk food kind of stuff, like chicken nuggets,
Yeah,
and hot dogs,
all
it
that
can
stuff you
taste
wanted as a
forever.
kid. It's like, yeah, this is all cool and all, but it's like it just does.
So
Now that
boring.
I have it, it's like I don't know if.
Flat.
Yeah, I felt the same way. It's like when you're like 18 now, or something like that, where you're like an adult. You know what I'm gonna do? I'm gonna get in my car, and I'm gonna go to like a restaurant by myself. I'm gonna eat like the fattening food thing there. Then you do it, and it's like, man, I remember wanting to do things like this when I was younger without the supervision of my parents and stuff. But and it's just
It's boring.
yeah. When you
Yeah.
start actually thinking in terms of bettering your own life, you actually just you do think differently. It's like, no, is that really good for me though? I could be doing that, but should I?
Well, it's not
I
even
could
about,
let
like, good
Comic
food.
Legend onto my next stream, but should I?
No. I'll be thinking myself. No. But yeah. Yeah. It's like it just comes down to the fact that like after a while, it just gets really bland to like eat those kind of food, because like, you know, you usually do it when you're much younger, but once you get like older, it's like just gets boring, and you want to like taste things with more variety. Salad. That's why I like salad. There's a lot of variety. It's never the same thing.
Mm-hmm. I don't know.
It's
I
boring.
don't even know when it happened. It was just one day. It was just I just really like eating salad. You know, it just kind of happened.
I love making my own salad dressing. I don't like the salad dressing that you buy. All of it's like awful. It's like way too much sugar or whatever. I like just make my own. It's way
Well,
better.
that's the problem with a lot of processed food in general.
It's gross.
Yeah.
It's really gross
So-
the older you get, honestly. That's all I want to say.
those two things are 6%, right? But hang on a minute, I thought it was simple. You just input this, and then an output is the destination of health.
The condescension
So-
is so painful.
Yeah,
I
I
thought it
mean,
was
like
simple,
when you
but
think
it's
of individual health, are you thinking about negative mood and affects, and so that is anxiety level, depression.
It is simple. You're just overcomplicating it, honestly. Like, I think me and Nightbreed have just kind of made it very simple. The way we just explain it, you just kind of go out, you slowly but gradually like exercising. You'll eventually start to like it. And you just like try new things.
It just
Like,
becomes
after a
part of
while,
your daily
running's
routine.
boring. Like, after a while, running's boring, so I'll be like, okay, I'm gonna start swimming some laps. So every other day, whenever I have the free time, I swim 20 laps. I try to do that without stopping. So it's awesome.
Yeah. Well, that's the thing. It gets to the point where if you just keep doing it and it becomes so ingrained in your daily routine that the days where you don't do it are it's weird. It's like, it's like to the point where when you like go to sleep and you haven't like done any exercising yet, and like your conscience is like you feel guilty about it.
Yeah, it's like nothing. Not even like
I should
push-ups or something. It's like,
I know I should exercise. It's like it's just bothering you.
Have you ever had those moments where it's like just late at night, but you haven't exercised and you just decide, screw it, just do a bunch of push-ups?
Yeah, I've actually done stuff like that before. There's times where I can't sleep and I'm like, you know what? We'll tire ourselves out just for fun.
Yeah.
Level, hopelessness
Already
level, and
can't
stress
sleep.
level, psychological assets, conscientiousness level, self-efficacy, optimism level, life satisfaction level, cognitive function in late life.
I don't know. I like to
Yeah,
think that people who
higher-
typically have a purpose in life, like getting healthier, like they can see it in front of them, they know what they want, and they're trying to get it, typically tend to be pretty optimistic, especially when they're getting close.
Also, you'll just eventually gain that once you do this stuff more. Once you exercise more, do more life stuff. You know, get a lot of money.
A lot of things are gonna get easier. You can do more, like for instance, how about just hiking? Hiking like through like a mountainous area where the air is thinner. That's gonna be a lot harder for a fat person than it is gonna be for a skinnier fit person that can like jump around and stuff like that and walk down the trail and has better balance and footing. That's just one activity that's just opened up to you. That's just a lot easier for you. Now that you've lost a lot of weight and just don't have quite so much pressure on your lungs and whatnot and all the other things, and you've not got so much weight bearing down on your knees.
Yeah, let's continue. See what else is going on in this video.
Risk-related behavior, gun behavior, sexual activity, motor vehicle behavior. So we're not saying, listen, I'm really interested in becoming healthy, so I am going to not go to the gun range next week. I doubt that there's a lot of people who are gun users listening to the show, but we don't think that, right? And that is like our individual behavior.
I mean, we have a certain gun user here.
Yeah.
Right? We're not like, you know what? I really want to be healthy, so I am going to work on my optimism level, and that's 36%, right? And so the other.
Which one's more optimistic? Hey, buddy, this lot in life that you have right now, there's something better for you, and you can reach it if you just work hard. Versus, your situation is hopeless, and it's everyone else's fault.
This is obsolete garbage. Just sit around, call the McDonald's.
Listen,
people
Ricky
for some
Berwick can't deadlift 350 pounds, okay? You should give up.
Jeez.
Parts of what health are.
We should give up brushing our teeth because we're gonna die.
So if we look at social
Why make your
circumstances,
bed?
so
Just to get
if we
messy
go
again
in deeper in
anyway.
that is gender identity, military service, sexual orientation, citizenship status, race and ethnicity, social status, history of incarceration, culture and tradition, social connectedness, early childhood education.
What is any of this?
Why are you making money? You're gonna use it. You're gonna
You
use
use
to
it
pay for
anyway,
stuff.
bro. Why are you making
You're gonna-
money? When you die, you're just gonna be poor.
Education and development, discrimination, work conditions. I am going to improve my health, and so I am.
Maybe instead of reacting to the audiobook on stream, I should actually like make a legit takedown video of it where I do like a ton of research and like debunk like the book itself. Maybe that could be like another video project that I do. eventually, because like I hate this idea that somehow being anti-fat is very specific to the black experience, quote unquote. It's like, no, stop. Do not dare try to use this and say, oh, this is a black issue that blacks.
I always thought the meme is that like black people are like buff and fit or whatever.
Yeah, I've never. Well, that's because in the 1800s or whenever, 300-ish years ago.
Yeah.
It's like, okay.
Back in the old.
So being fat does not suddenly become okay just because people were mistreated for being fat. That's not what it means. Like I said, it's like if Hitler came out and went, pedophilia kind of sucks. Is pedophilia suddenly okay because Hitler's a genocidal maniac? Because he's crazy?
Animal rights is not okay because Hitler.
Because Hitler liked animals. Yeah.
Gonna make some more
Stop
friends.
painting art. Hitler did that.
Probably wouldn't say that, right? And each of these things has like lines underneath.
Dude, she does have some paintings back there. How do we know that these aren't
religious involvement,
by Hitler?
No,
cultural norms.
I mean, she is blonde and has blue eyes.
Quality of friends, civic participation. Oh, I really want to improve my health, so I'm going to engage in civic participation.
Stop.
Like, what?
God, just go to the gym.
So what I'm gonna do, I'm gonna look up civic participation to see what she's talking about, because I don't know I think I know what she means, but I just want to see. Is the involvement of individual constitutes or communities in local, state, or national governments. Civic involvement can include voting, political activism, volunteering, and community engagement. Yes, you can do all these things when you become more healthy. You can do all these things more effectively.
She's just like making this a big
Is it
project.
this, you know?
Yeah. It's such a burden. It's so hard.
It's part of what makes up health. And these
She's
social.
literally saying like, oh yeah, these are the things that you can typically get from being more healthy. Oh, civic engagement and involvement. What? Do you really want that? Is that what you really want? Isn't that lame? Yeah, it's like no.
Yeah, excuse me, I don't need to do this.
Oh, you want to go to the gun range? You think health is gonna? Isn't guns dumb, guys? Oh, I'm gonna get healthy for guns, guys. You don't go plays with guns, so don't get healthy.
Social circumstances are on par with all of these other things that we're talking about. So genetics and biology. So that includes genetic, body structure, body function. Oh, look at that. This is look at this. Body structure is under genetics and biology, and that is weight. Notice how weight is not under a behavior.
Okay, listen. You gained weight because you ate food and you didn't do enough activity. That has to do with your behavior. Not only that, I thought the route I thought she was going, and I'm still not 100% sure that she's not going this route, was like, oh, because you do things that are, how do I put this? Because I was just criticizing for doing the thing, but listen, it's like 11 over here. Cut me some slack. So
yeah,
the way she frames it almost seems like physicality. There isn't a negligible difference between a fit person and a fat person. It's like, so you want to take that back now or later? I can't. You listen again. I could only run up to the mailbox without getting exhausted, and I can run way farther than that now. I actually run consistently. That's not something I was doing long ago or could do long ago.
I still remember when I thought like running was like such an awful thing to do for a long time.
Oh yeah, it was painful. When your heart starts doing that, like really, like when you it feels like it's hard to describe what it feels like. It just feels like your heart's about to explode out of your chest and you can't breathe. But now it's not really that. It's just I'm kind of like out of breath. It's like, oh wow, that's a good run going. To the point when I was at the camp, and it was gonna take, instead of just walking everywhere, I'd run.
Oh yeah, I like sprint to places a little bit more. It's fun.
Yeah, because it's fun.
Except
It feels wrong not to sprint. Like when we went to Pigeon Forge and we were coming down the Smoky Mountains, everyone, it was going too slow for me, so I just started booking, just running around people. Because it's just, yeah, something I couldn't have done when I was fatter. Just objectively could not have done.
So much like little life stuff that just feels better once you like exercise. And
Yeah, literally, I chased my little brother one time, and it felt better. You know, it's just
guys coming, called them.
It's just little things like that when you just like, oh, we're playing around and you go and chase your brother just to mess around, right? It's like, wow, I'm not out of breath from that. I'm used to being out of breath from that. That's crazy. So I don't know. I don't know if that's what she was going for that, but I hope she wasn't.
So, yeah. And so this information, by the way, this information is, let me read out a quote. The information in this pie chart is from GoInvo. 89% of health occurs outside of the clinical space through our genetics, behavior, environment, and social circumstances. These factors are known as the social determinants of health. Despite their importance, attempts to integrate the determinants into a single visualization have been limited because there's so many.
Okay, so
GoInvo identify a gap.
To do about, she's reading out something that a pie chart that says like reasons for like being healthy.
Yeah, from her. It's from her Instagram as well, and I can click on it again and show. Like, I don't know at Fierce Fatty. It's like this is something you made though, right?
Okay, so it's something. So even if it's true, it's like the things that help you become healthier. One of them is like social, environment, blah 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 blah. Like that's more likely to get you more healthy. All that's saying to me is people that are in a more positive environment and in a better place in life are more likely to work on themselves more because they're more happy.
Yeah, like let me. Did you read this post that is related to this pie chart that she's showing? It says about the information in the pie chart from Galvo. 89% of health occurs outside the clinical space through our genetics, behavior, environment, and social circumstances. These factors are known as the social determinants of health. Despite their importance, attempts... Here's the thing, that doesn't mean that you don't improve these things, right? You still improve all of this. It can help with all of these things.
Yeah, Instagram
yeah.
Let me click.
So...
It won't let me for some reason. Oh, here we go.
Despite their importance, attempts to integrate the determinants into a single visualization have been limited. Galvo identified this gap based on their extensive work as a healthcare design studio and conducted a literature review of sources, World Health Organization, and the Kaiser Family Foundation, and face-to-face interviews with public policy analysis, health IT experts, and clinical professionals. Relying on their experience of mapping complex systems within healthcare, Galvo created a comprehensive open-source visualizations of social determinants of health.
6% is individual behavior for determined...
That's still most.
So I want to bring this up, individual behavior. So if you just decide, no matter how depressed or miserable you feel, you just decide, I'm going to go exercise, and you slowly but surely build up and, you know, get better health and like get in better shape and all that, your individual behavior is going to improve. Same goes for the environment, because, you know, an environment is as toxic as you let it be. If you're a more positive person.
Keep in mind, this doesn't disprove the importance of health and exercise.
Medical care, sure. Social circumstances, you'll become much more socially active and happier and better at socializing, and your confidence.
Oh yeah, much better, dude.
More you
when I, because of my depression that led to me getting fat, when I started like working out and stuff like that and started getting more confident, I was way more social. I'm way more social now than I've ever been. I walk up to people and talk to them all the time and like make jokes with them instead of just being nervous and be like, oh, that guy probably thinks something bad about me, or he's gonna say something bad about me or anything like that. I'm way more social. So if you go to this next section, it like breaks down the pie chart even more. It's still, if you keep in mind, individual behavior still makes up 36% of all of this. And the individual behavior can influence social circumstances. That's still a huge bit. That's still huge. it really literally affects 36% of your life and your health. That's big. That's a big change. Psychological assets, negative mood and effects, other risk-related behaviors, gun behavior, sexual activity, motor vehicle behavior, physical activity, sleep patterns, diet patterns. Individual activity. You taking control of your life, saying, okay, I'm getting my stuff together and we're going to act this way now. Whether it be for positive or negative. Right? That's still 36%. Oh, since these other things add up to be more than it. But why not work on this 36%? By the way, if you want to get down to brass tacks, I don't even like the way this chart's framed. I don't actually like it. Exposure to guns, pollution, location, allergens. How does this not count as things that can be influenced by your individual behavior?
Oh wait, yeah, there's more. I just realized most of the arrows because I'm on my computer. I'm usually used to.
Yeah, they're really hard to see. But if you look, exposure to guns, pollution, location, allergens. You can change these things by affecting your environment. There are individual decisions that you can make to change all of this. Body function. Well, that's just a direct result of individual behavior. Medical care, where it says health literacy. Individual behavior. You decide to get more literate about these things. Gender identity, race and ethnicity, social status. Race and ethnicity you obviously can't change. Gender identity you can't change. Social status, social connections, sexual orientation, citizenship status, history or incarceration, which is another thing that can be directly influenced by your individual behavior. Military service, individual behavior, and more. So a lot of these things are already influenced by individual behavior anyway. That still shows... I don't want to keep clicking on that. That still shows that individual behavior is still a really important aspect, if not the most important aspect.
Their extensive work as a healthcare design studio and conducted a literature review of sources, the World Health Organization and the Kaiser Family Foundation, and face-to-face interviews with public policy analysts, health IT experts, and clinical professionals, relying on someone's race, and then we can throw in.
I just kind of feel like giving you some misery here, so check the DMs just to make you feel worse about your life. Right here. There you go.
Oh, is that her?
Yep.
What a pleasant human being. I'm not showing that. I'm not even going to show that on screen.
In their orientation, if they're also queer.
Whatever I'm showing you in
then
DMs,
it's going to affect.
Please don't show what I'm showing you in my DMs.
Health outcomes. Because are they going to be able to? Then we look at over the other things. We look at the medical care. Are they going to get quality of healthcare?
Okay, so I think we pretty much got the gist of this video, right? At the end of the day, all right.
Maybe just closing argument, I guess.
Yeah. We'll just do a closing. At the end of the day, your personal decisions. You can still take control of your life. Your personal decisions matter. You can take control of your life. You can exercise. You can diet. You can do all these things that will actually help you and your health. It won't be easy.
I can't see how healthcare is relevant to exercising.
It won't be easy. Okay, there'll be some difficulties and stuff like that, some hurdles you got to get through, but you got to push through it for your own good. You're not necessarily a bad person or anything like this because you're fat or whatever, and just because there are circumstances in which other people are unhealthy because of whatever does not mean that you too are not also unhealthy. Do not be like this person using the plight of other people who are worse off as a shield for their own bad decisions. Okay? You can change. You absolutely can change. Life can absolutely get better for you. All you gotta do is just take those steps to actually do the right thing. Start making healthier habits. Start reading books that talk about doing things like making healthier habits, like Atomic Habits or whatever book you want to get a hold of, or Compound Effect, that's a good one, or Psycho-Cybernetics or whatever, or The Bible. Alright? Why don't you actually start getting hold of things that actually make your life healthier? Why don't you start making those decisions? Make conscious decisions to do things that are healthy. Journal. Exercise. Stuff like that. Yeah, you can absolutely turn your whole life around your whole mentality, all this stuff. You can solve these problems. Do not listen to these people that tell you that everything is hopeless and that there's no point and you should just give up. Oh, sure, they might pretty it up by saying, well, this is to make you happier. It's like, is it really? Do you people honestly feel happier after watching this? That this message is that, well, you see, you should just accept who I am anyway, because life is just bad and you can't change it. It's like, no, that's not a happy message. That's not a good message. This person's not content with their life. Like the picture I was just shown in my daggum DMs by Comic Legend here does not indicate a person who is happy and content with their life. Not to me.
You guys.
But I can tell you this much, you know, I was able to change my life. I was able to change everything around. Yeah, I was able to fix my relationship with my family and God and all this other stuff. So absolutely you can change your life. Don't listen to people like this. The people like this are bucket crabs. You try to get out of the bucket, well, they got a hold of your leg, trying to pull you back down. Don't listen.
Yep.
So I don't know.
Yeah,
I guess we can end it on a more optimistic note. I'll find like a meme or something.
Just some chat working out. Just I am muscle.
Yeah, I could do like the Z's type memes. I don't know if you know what that is.
Something.
It's a fitness influencer.
There's a lot of funny stuff I usually find. So.
I'm not even gonna lie. That's what got me into working out and stuff. Was watching videos like the reject modernity and embrace masculinity kind of things. I'm not even gonna lie. That's what got me into it, and I got into Z's.
I mean, I think that's very similar with me too. With me too, actually. So, can't judge. You know what? I got something perfect.
Sure.
I got something.
We'll watch one of these because these are fun. Oh no, it says the wrong window.
Yeah, my computer's acting up. Let me send it. Yeah, I'm just gonna put out the stream. This is for Borgie.
Alright, where are you gonna put it?
I think do I click add to playlist? Find the right video, searching suggest. Maybe I'll just link it to you.
Okay.
I don't know.
Fuck! I look.
See, this is like,
feel
hey, no language. This is like the reject modernity thing. This is one of the ones that got me into like working out.
Oh, that's so painful. God, it's so funny just looking at Nikocado avocado.
Unfortunately, Nikocado avocado is a lot easier to turn into than people might realize.
Now I'm slipping through the cracks of your cold embrace. So please.
What a pleasant person. The biggest problem is that they kind of deify him, which is a little too much in this community. But he's a big influence with people like exercising and stuff. He died like in 2011 or something, and people still like keep his memory alive.
If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you leave, then baby, let me down slowly. I know we're long gone.
Yeah. See,
Correct. The kryptonite, which is Burger King.
See, boys, what do you want? Do you want this, or do you want the other? Do you want what we just saw? Misery.
I want
If you wanna go, then I'll be so lonely. If you leave, then baby, let me down slowly. And I can't
Remember, guys, it's impossible. You know what this is? You know what black pillars are?
No.
Okay, so black pillars are basically these people, you know, like those incels are just like, women owe me sex. You know, like those people.
Oh, okay.
You can't get better unless you're born like perfect genetics. Women will not pay attention to you. Those people. Isn't this like the female equivalent to that?
Basically, yeah.
Yeah, it's the same defeatist mindset. It's just on two different spectrums, I guess.
Ugly.
What now?
Oh, I just say, women just hate me because I'm ugly, so I hate them.
Is it possible that like the inner hatred and all that stuff is what's making you ugly, bud?
I don't care how tough you are, it will beat you to your knees and keep you there permanently if you let it. You, me, or nobody is gonna hit as hard as life. But it ain't about how hard you hit. It's about how hard you can get hit and keep moving forward. How much you can take and keep moving forward. That's how winning is done. Now, if you know what you're worth, then go out and get what you're worth. But you gotta be willing to take the hits and not pointing fingers saying you ain't where you want to be because of him or her or anybody. Cowards do that, and that ain't you.
Yeah, I'm not even gonna lie. That stuff like that is what totally got me into working out. It's like, yeah, I'm gonna be like that.
Similar stuff for me. Oh yeah, this is for Borgie. This is a special gift for Borgie.
Oh, okay.
Play it.
We'll show you later.
Oh, it's so stupid. Durability. Look at that.
That was terrible. Why did you? I just replay. No.
So funny.
Don't replay it. That was horrible. I'm gonna find one that's actually funny, and I'm gonna close the stream with that. And
I mean,
can't stop myself from falling. It hurts. Could you find a way to let me down slowly? A little sympathy, I hope you can show me.
Honestly.
Look up my meme playlist, boy. Let me see what we got here. Let me see what we got here. Wild West history. Okay, well, I can't play Wild West history be like, but it's funny. And I do agree with it.
Leave the kids alone. If you want to chop your dick off, I have nothing against that. I'm not anti-gay.
Did I just hear Andrew Tate?
Yeah, that echoed. Yeah, I was like checking some videos. Well,
Bro, you watch Andrew Tate?
Passively, but yeah.
Based.
He's funny and can say some dumb stuff sometimes.
He reminds me of Keemstar. And like the good aspects of Keemstar, where he's like really entertaining.
Yeah, basically. Keemstar. Oh, how's about Matt Pat appreciates women? Wanna play that?
I don't know. I'm not into like the Matt Pat memes like you are. I got a Freedom Tunes cartoon. This is when white people get blamed for slavery. It's kind of relevant to what we're talking about.
Play it.
Do you want me to do it? There you go.
Yeah.
All right. After this, we'll close with this. This is kind of similar to how I feel.
I don't think anything's honestly gonna beat Walter White versus the Fly.
I don't know. Honestly, I think a lot of things could beat that. I'm not even gonna lie.
I think you're just objectively wrong, honestly. I love how it's still on screen on the screen.
Yes! Ever since us white crackers were sent to the Caucasus Mountains and lost our melanin powers, we've been plotting our revenge.
It's true. We have no compassion.
And soon, we will unleash our evil onto the world.
But how?
By inventing slavery!
I hate to be the bearer of bad news, but...
What? What is it?
Well, slavery has already existed. The Mesopotamians beat us to it.
What say you? How could they have beat us to such evil? Wouldn't they had all of that compassion in their melanin? Nonsense! It's okay. It's okay. I've got another idea. Where, we take people's land and force our customs onto them and profit off of them.
You mean like colonization? Yeah, the ancient Egyptians beat us to that one.
Curses! Once again, they've beaten us crackers of the Caucasus Mountains. No matter. I have one final trick up my sleeve. What if we invent a kind of behavior where we hate people based on their skin color?
Oh, man. You're really not gonna want to hear this, but...
Come out with it!
Racism also existed long before white people.
Well, what will we white crackers introduce to the world?
Relentless self-criticism.
There you go.
That ending's pretty good.
Yeah, that's how I feel about it. Alright. I don't know. We ended on one more. One that's a little chuckly worthy. Definitely not one that's Walter White versus a fly, but...
Walter White versus fly.
I hate the fact that the fly won. That just aggravates me for some reason.
Well, he did win. Remember in the episode, The Fly?
I don't watch. I don't watch Breaking Bad.
Oh my god, I forgot.
Yeah, I haven't seen any like Breaking Bad.
No wonder why you didn't find it funny. Because you're terrible and uncultured. I forgot. My bad. What's a funny... My client was simply gaming. Nah.
Have you seen like clips from like the old 70s Spider-Man show?
60s Spider-Man show?
No, like the live-action 70s Spider-Man show.
Oh yeah, I've seen a bit of it.
It's really funny. And we'll play this one and leave just because you're a Spider-Man fan. I know how much you appreciate this.
Oh yeah, I love Spider-Man, just not its fan base.
That's right, Peter. I'm you,
Oh, I think I
and
remember
you're
this, yeah.
me, and this is a gun.
And this is a gun.
You're a terrorist.
You're a terrorist, Harry. Alright, I'm leaving it. There I am.
You're too late, Spider-Man.
You're too late, Spider-Man. I already said it. I already said the N-word.
You're too late, Spider-Man. Saying the N-word isn't exactly illegal. You're insane, Gobby. Cut.
Norman, what are you saying? Alright.
Norman, stop this madness now.
Alright, thank you guys for stopping by my little stream. I hope y'all got something out of it. I'm gonna try to do more uplifting type stuff and trying to give like a good message instead of watching ghost videos that are depressing about people dying. That didn't really inspire me to do anything other than cry. So yeah, that's kind of what I'm gonna do. Don't know what I'm gonna do next week until I kind of don't come up with these things until like a couple of days before. But I will try to be back. As far as video content goes and writing and all that other stuff, I'm not going to make any promises because the moment I do, I get under so much stress that I end up not completing them. So it's better if I just complete them and then get them out there. That's just how it works. Videos could be made, but as far as things go, I'm trying to prioritize writing and health and God and stuff like that. So, it's whatever. So, until we meet again, I will see you guys later.